Okay, hello everyone. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for um, being here to watch. Just tell me in the messages, if possible, how the sound is, just to be sure. Sounds good. Very good. So I'll get started. And it looks like I should probably stay with the board position. My plan was sort of to go to the start of the game and show you the opening moves. I might have to wait on that for a bit because it's getting a bit of a heated fight here. So I'll take a look. Let's just take a look at the local position. There's various sort of key moves. Let's see. I think I can do. Okay. So at this point, let's just go back to this move. Black is cut at a vital point here. Actually, white could have been a bit more cautious by playing here. And something like this might ensue. Um, and black's idea will be to sort of attack this white group. I don't really know if white connects where black's next move is going to be. But black's group on the left here, on the left side, is relatively reinforced because black is moving out towards the center. Black could play something on this side maybe to, let's see, on the right here maybe, to start building on the right side. Black would have a kind of an attack in the center of the board. So that would be the general idea with black's attack here. And I think one of the key points in this is that black's group on the left side is looking like it's going to be able to connect up to black's group on the lower side, which is going to reinforce it. So in the game move, when white played that Hane on top, white was trying to put some pressure on that black group on the left. An echo. Okay, let's see if it's... Slight echo. I don't know what to do about that. I'll just squeeze the sound a little bit and see if that works. Yes, okay. That's a good point, actually. Derek Neal was taught not to make the shape in the upper left corner because the second enclosure doesn't really reinforce the corner anymore. And I should probably talk about that when I go through the opening, though. It's a good point, and I'll remember that. So thanks, Derek. Okay, no echo. We're having conflicting reports here. So let's go back to my... So when white plays the Hane here, black really does want to cut here, and white cut here. So with this cut, it's sort of ambiguous what white is trying to do with this cut, because white will have the opportunity to save this stone, but is not necessarily set on doing so. So sometimes white will save this stone, and sometimes white will not. So we see this almost immediately, because at this point, if white wanted to save the stone, white would probably curl around here, and black has a weakness above there, so black has to do something. Probably this would be the shape move, and white will have the opportunity to save this stone. So something like this maybe. That's a forcing move. It's threatening f18, so white would answer that. And okay, so like this. It seems pretty clear to me that the fight in the center of the board is looking good for black. It's going to be an advantage for black. So I'm going to say that saving the two stones immediately might be premature, but it is something that white is looking to do at some point. And so white plays, okay, so we jumped ahead a little bit. White plays this move. With this move, it turns out black answered underneath. So that was basically cooperating with white's plan, but it's a viable move because it does keep that territory on the lower side. So black was keeping the territory there, and it helps me demonstrate what white was trying to do. Because basically at some point white's going to be looking at playing a Hane here, with an Atari on the 4th line next. So in a position like this, you can see that white's starting to link up those stones on the right and white's stones in the center. So there's these stones in the center and the stones on the right. They're both weak groups. And white's going to be trying to do something with both of them. And black will be slightly restricted in attacking, splitting these stones and attacking because there's stuff happening on the left side also. So basically black's weak group, the two stones, the two black stones on the left side, and the fact that on the lower side there's stuff happening too. So white is basically looking at the Hane at 1 to reinforce and connect up to his group in the center. So now white plays here. I'm sort of surprised white played this move, which is going to allow black to capture the two stones, basically. So black captures the two stones, and white squeezes like this. So my board position is up to here. We can expect black's going to capture the two stones, and white's going to play squeeze. After which white is going to probably return to the right half of the board. Okay, 54% is a very close game. Like, that would be a half-point difference if it's 54% at this point. So is that Katago working with a 6.5 komi? I would suppose so. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of the game and take a look at the moves up to this point. After this act, I should talk about the position here. Black's going to connect, and white's probably going to continue in the center of the board. Excuse me. Lucky I had my tea with me. White's probably going to continue in the center of the board, unless white is going to switch to the right side. So white could, after squeezing here, in some cases white's going to be able to sacrifice those 3 stones on the right. So it could be that white plays something like this. And if black plays something like this, for instance, this would be an opportunity for white to do stuff like this. Although if I was white, I'd probably save them anyway. But white does have the option of playing away at some point. After white's played that squeeze on the left there, the value of those stones has reduced by a certain amount. So in some cases, white will be happy to sacrifice them. Or otherwise, white could play something like this. Would be a shape move in the center, and it's a move that's viable. You can see in this variation, those 2 black stones on the left hand of the board are in more danger than they were before. So white has some potential to attack those black stones. The tune. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's right. Ikichin, I guess that's how he's pronounced. Asking about the komi. I completely forgot that. It's the Chunlan Cup, so it's hosted in China, yes. And it must be 7.5. Yeah, thanks for saying that straight. Very good. Thanks, Gobedu. Yeah, that was helpful. This is barley tea. That's Lino Walker was asking about what kind of tea. It's barley tea. Okay. So I'll go back to the beginning of the game now. Let's see. Sort of weird that black is not connecting. I think black should probably connect here just to continue the potential attack. But it's interesting that black is not connecting yet. I guess he could play something towards the left side for the time being. Left side is pretty important also. Let's go back to the beginning of the game and take a look at the opening moves. So here, yes, I'm seeing this move fairly frequently recently. It's a move I don't really like, and it's a move that the old school players will say is it's not efficient because when you play the star point, this one enclosure, the knight's enclosure here, is not going to secure the whole corner for you. And white still has, for instance, moves like this, which can reduce the corner. So sliding in here, in some cases, white will jump into the 3-3 point. There's various moves that white can be playing against this black corner. There's actually 4 common moves that I'm showing you here, which will give white either an invasion in the corner or a foothold on the right side of the board. And so if we compare that to a corner enclosure such as white's one-space corner enclosure that was played later in the game, the solidness of the territory is different. So white's territory is more solid, and originally people didn't like that, but with researching with computer programs has gradually changed that for us. So now we're feeling a bit more okay about playing this move from the start line, although I personally don't like it very much. Okay, so white plays an approach move here, and black answers. For double-digit Q players, people starting the game now, the way we handle these corner positions is relatively easy. So you see black playing this knight's move or the diagonal move. This is a lot simpler than it used to be, because after this, white's best move locally is going to be some kind of an extension on the right side. And that basically, for the time being, it finishes the local joseki. So it makes it a lot easier to play these josekis instead of the josekis that were popular 20, 30 years ago. They were very long, and there was a lot of memorizing you had to do. So this makes it relatively easy for Q players, I think, and probably Dan players also. It makes it easier for all of us. So that's just the fad here, and of course it was influenced by computer programs who think this is the best move. They suggest this move or the diagonal move that I was showing you. And so white plays a corner enclosure, and it's a kind of a balanced, symmetrical almost game. And here black plays, this move is kind of set with black's extension there. So black is already, when black does this, we'll just see it in the game very soon. So black is already looking at this this attachment that he plays later towards the corner. So that's what the 3-3 attachment was setting up. And this is just the right distance from that black stone that's in the middle of the side. So that's why I'm saying that these two moves, the attachment in the corner and the move on the side, basically the attachment is setting up the next attachment at the 3-5 point. And so it's a kind of a combination. They work well together. And this is the move that it was Derek Neal, I think, was asking about. And there's 2 reasons I can give for white to play this move. The first one being that this is taking away black's option of making a 2-space extension. So if white had played... this is the old-fashioned way that we would explain. So if white played here and was trying to attack this black group, at some point black would be able to play a 2-space extension and make some space there for eyes. So getting a little area there would be... I would say that this would give black... it would give black some territory, of course, but as far as eyes are concerned, it wouldn't quite give black 2 eyes, but it would get black part of the way there. And so black would probably have 1 eye with Senten, with the tempo. If white tried to take away black's eyes, it would be very difficult for white to take both 2 away. Black would have at least 1 and would have the tempo to move away into the center. So if black gets to play a 2-space extension there on the side, it's going to be relatively easy for black to settle that group. Whereas in the game, white plays a 3-space a pincer kind of move. So this move is putting more pressure on the black stone on the side. And if later in the game, black ends up playing moves like this attachment, like you could imagine a sequence something like this, where black is trying to make shape for the black group on the outside, you can see that if black has to do something to reinforce that stone on the left side, black's going to end up reinforcing white's corner in the process. And so it's going to turn out to be maybe a bit more efficient for white. So that's the idea there with the big Shumari. There's also the fact that when we research the game with computer programs, it turns out that they don't seem to have a high value attached to the potential invasion at the 3-3 point. So if you throw diagrams at a computer program like Katago, and you're worried about a black invasion in the 3-3 point, it's going to play away, or it's going to just allow black to live, or it's going to do something that you would think is too easy on black, and it's going to be happy about it anyway. And so the computer programs are more interested on what's happening towards the sides sometimes, or to the outside. And it's quite common to see the computer program play this this double knights move, where we used to say it was bad. So Derek Neal is clearly studied from a professional or strong player, and people will say that, but we don't say it anymore, basically. It's something that is sort of changed when we learn from computers, from computer programs. Satya Shin, ohayou gozaimasu. We have a Japanese, someone who understands Japanese here. Very good. Okay, go Badukyo. You might have memorized 100 variants of the Taisha, but when you play, your opponent's probably not going to play them for you. He's not going to get there. Yes. The problem with the long Joseki sequences is that in many cases, your opponent doesn't know them, so he's not going to cooperate by playing them. Okay. Videos 56 of my AlphaGo versus the World Seas. Sure, thank you. There's 60 of them, so that's Kingfisher Games 215. 8-9Q on Pandanet. That's yeah, it's probably pretty strong. I always have trouble. All of the systems have slightly different strengths for their Q players, but Q players on the net tend to be fairly strong. Okay, let's get back to the game. Yeah, I would do. This is a really big move, kicking in the lower right corner, and white plays here an interesting move. So white's trying to control the center of the board. This kind of move is the move that the master version of AlphaGo. So that was exactly what Kingfisher was talking about. The master version of AlphaGo that played 60 games against top professionals. Shin Jinseo was one of them, of course. Liked moves like this. It liked to play the shoulder hit and jump from it. And this does try to control the center of the board, the upper side, and from a distance, the left side of the board. So it's trying to radiate influence throughout the board. And black protects the left side. And now white floats into the lower side. So white's trying to reduce the lower side. And so, for instance, if black is, maybe if black were a bit more conservative, you might say, played some kind of defensive move like this, you might see white, I don't really know where white would play. White might play somewhere in the center. Maybe something like this. But you can see that those black stones on the left side, they're going to be weakened a little bit. So that's the idea. White's trying to, while reducing black on the lower side, in some cases, white will be looking to play a move like this, although white has to be reinforced a bit more before this kind of move would work. And so white's sort of flattening the lower side of black's territory and reducing from the center and hoping to attack black on the left side of the board next. Oh yes, something Rubik. That's a lot of consonants, it seems. What is the time controls? I think it's 2.5 hours each with 5 60-second overtimes. That's what I heard. So so five sets of 60 seconds is it's the old-fashioned second reading. So it's basically it's a move, a minute for each move, and they can continue pretty much indefinitely. It used to be 3 hours. That's what Chris Davis is saying. But I think I saw somewhere that it was 2 hours and a half in this game. So I could be wrong, and feel free to correct me. But I think this year it's going to be 2.5 hours. So back to the game. Black is pushing here, and in doing this is trying to reinforce the left side. So in that variation I was showing you where white jumps, I did this early in the live stream. In this kind of variation, black's group on the left is relatively strong, and so black can go back to protecting the right side, which is pretty important also. So white plays a hane, and here it gets a bit messy. If I were white, I would probably have curled around at least once, just to stop these stones from being captured in a ladder. I would have done that. But I don't know if white is going to be okay with actually saving them. So white would have to be careful about the next move, deciding whether to play something like this or something like this to save those stones. It would give black a huge advantage in the center of the board. So it might not be a good idea for white. But I would have played this just because I don't like the idea of giving black those two stones too easily. But not doing that was a light move. In the game, white played once here and then here, giving black the opportunity to capture the two stones in a ladder here, and getting the squeeze in return. So black just ignored the squeeze, sort of surprising me, but because white has that squeeze, there's two effects. So first of all, black's group on the left is starting to get a bit weak, so white has a potential attack there. And also the fact that if black connects here, white has already gotten a lot of mileage out of this from the left side, and so in some cases white's just going to sacrifice those stones on the right. So maybe he was worried about, for instance, something, let's see, something like this maybe, where white is going to start attacking the black group. Maybe I'm being a bit careless. Maybe white's going to play from this side, and just the fact that there's a lot of stones sort of surrounding that black group from a distance, it might make it a bit difficult for black to handle. So this might be what black was trying to avoid. The question, okay, there's some good questions here. How does the exchange in the upper right affect dodging the corner? We're talking about this exchange in the upper right corner. And how does it affect dodging the corner? Okay, let's just move the game one move forward. Maybe 2 moves forward. Okay. So black has played these moves to try to settle black's group on the left. If black pulls back at the one stone there. So if black gets to play this move, it's going to be pretty close to, I'd say it's as good as alive at this point. So this is a move that would make it alive. Otherwise, if white plays this move, black will have a fairly solid base to move out into the center. So black would be doing something like this maybe. So this exchange that white played in upper right, it does reinforce black's corner a little bit. So it's probably going to take away the 3-3 invasion from white. It's going to make it very difficult for white to make this move work, relatively. Just because black is reinforced there with a pillar of 2 stones. But it doesn't take away the option of playing from underneath like this, or like this. I would doubt that you see white playing this move also, although it could happen in some cases. And this is also, it's going to be more difficult for white to make it work because of the fact black has that pillar of 2 stones on the left, makes black a bit stronger. But I guess you could sometimes see this. It just makes a stronger resistance for black when white tries this move, or this move in the corner. So it does make a bit of a difference in the corner, but it really depends. It's not, the corner variation is not going to happen immediately. So it sort of depends on what happens in between now and the time that white jumps into the corner. Because white might play some preparatory moves that change the status of that corner. So here we are. Okay, white played a hane. So this is a move I talked about earlier, about how white can connect up. Okay. The next question was, is this game played online? And, actually, I don't know, but it's still difficult to travel internationally at this point. So I'm sort of expecting that it's being played online. They're playing a lot of the tournaments, international tournaments online. And the fact that it's a relatively small number of players makes it relatively easy to do so. With a referee watching the game. So they have a referee watching the game as it is played, and they have a camera probably. So that's what I expect is happening. But I didn't check it out. Okay, 2 hours 25. Go Baduk, thank you. 2 hours and 25 main time plus 1 minute times 5 BOM. So it's basically 2.5 hours each. And the Byoyomi, the second reading, goes on indefinitely, with 1 minute for each move. Clayton is asking, what's the longest game I've played? It was, I think I was going to promote to 4 dan or 5 dan. It was, and in those days, getting to 5 dan was a big deal. There was a significant difference between being 1 to 4 dan professional and being a 5 dan professional. It was a different level. And so I was playing this game, and it was really difficult. At that time, the promotion tournament, which was called the OTI, was actually no komi. And I think I ended up losing by 1 point or something. It's a very small difference. And at that time, we had 6 hours apiece. So the game started at 10 o'clock in the morning, and it went on past midnight. And I think by the time we'd finished discussing the game, it was something like 4 o'clock in the morning. So that was the longest game I've ever played. I haven't actually played any games that were adjourned and lasted 2 days. I haven't done that. Chris Davis is asking, do I miss the OTI handicap system? The OTI had its values. I think just the fact that the way people play has changed. Hello, Rick. Hello, Rick Rubenstein. The way we play the game is different when there's a komi or if there's not a komi. It's just the way that white has to play more adventurously. And there is a kind of a beauty in the way people handled that. There's a long history of that. Well, in all countries that play Go, but especially several hundred years ago in Japan, they started having a professional system. And so they had a lot of players doing that, and various strategies that people use to try to complicate the game with white and simplify the game with black, just because there was no komi and they knew that black had an advantage. Yeah, so it's a kind of a remnant of Edogo. That's exactly what I would say, Chris Davis. Thank you. So so yeah, there is something missing there. It's also there is the fact that some people would say that that is sort of clashing with the komigo, which is a more even fight. And so the fact that black is expected to win does make it sort of uneven, and it sort of prompts black to play less than optimal moves sometimes, which can be a bad thing. So I have mixed feelings, I suppose. Okay, Iki Ching is asking, when players are competing in the major tournaments with multiple hours each, what sort of stuff are they doing when they leave the room for a bit? Okay. They're probably just paying a visit to to the toilet or something like that, or walking around. Sometimes you get stressed out and you just need to move your body a bit. Um, and uh, sometimes in the old times before we had handheld devices that are actually stronger than the top professionals, people would be allowed to have their phone with them, their cell phone or an iPad or something. Sometimes people would have some business to do or would have to connect with someone, and that was allowed. It was allowed to happen um, during the game, but of course now it's not allowed, because if someone, any device, even an smartphone, will have an app that is stronger than the strongest professional, at least about the same strength. I'm not so sure about smartphones. It does depend on the strength of the calculator. But yeah, so we're not allowed to keep our phones. So people are basically, they don't have anything in their pockets. They're empty pocketed. They can't really do very much. But so they're just paying a visit. They can have a wallet, so they might go and buy some tea to drink or something. Okay, so white doesn't really have any stones to worry about at this point. Because those two black stones are an Atari on the left, and white stones in the lower right corner, they're sort of light. So it would have been a safe move for white locally to connect up there with a move like this. But I guess white felt that it wasn't necessary. Playing somewhere around here is a good point for black too. Black might play that one, or maybe one line to the lower than that. Somewhere around here would be a big move. So that's what white is doing with the game move. And later on, white will have the opportunity to do, for instance, stuff like this could happen. And white does have some potential to play this attachment now in the corner with that stone. The marked stone there is going to take part. It's going to make a difference. So like I was saying before, the way white handles this corner it's still sort of fluid. Depends on the preparatory moves that white is making. And for the time being, white is sort of given up on trying to attack black on the left side. White doesn't have any very effective attacks. During Byoyomi, you are allowed to stop the clock. But I would say that your opponent has, the fact that you're stopping the clock means that your opponent's going to have better use of the time sitting in front of the board, obviously. And there were issues with people spending a lot of time in the restaurant, so in the past. But it's not a very efficient way to be thinking about the game, I don't think. DJH Brown is asking, do I find it humbling that a phone can play better Go than myself? Well, it's I find it it's sort of fun actually, but I wouldn't find it humbling that a car can drive faster than I can walk, run, or even run. Yeah, so it's I don't think I have a big issue with losing to a machine. Chris Davis says there's a story of a Japanese pro taking a nap. I know that story. It was actually wasn't the one I know is not such a short game. It was the dinner break. There's a dinner break from let's see, it's been so long since I took a dinner break. I forget. I think it's about 5:30 to 6:15 or something like that. And at that time, there was a floor of hotel rooms, so you could stay overnight at the Go Association. And so they had a hotel floor, and this player was from a different part of the country, so he actually had a room of his own, and he went there for the dinner break, and he fell asleep. So, and he didn't wake up in time for the game, and so no one could find him, and he forfeited the game. So that's the story I remember, but you might be talking about a different game. So I think instead of the 3-3 point, that's okay. That's a difficult name for Regis Cridlig. Is asking, will White jump into the 3-3 point? I'm not really expecting that. The next local move in the upper right that White might play towards the corner, I think that would be the attachment. Okay, so yeah. So this move. This is the move that kind of move that I might play as White. Although playing something towards the upper side is also a fairly big move. B4, yes. Hmm. Yes, Chris Davis, I wouldn't be surprised if the number of moves was less than 100. Okay, so White still does have a number of relatively weak stones sort of scattered around the board. But for instance, let's see, if Black does something like, let's do a diagram. If Black does something like this, maybe. If Black does something like this, White's probably going to end up sacrificing something. And this is another case where White might actually just start with this move and try to make some trouble for Black. Let's see, how would that happen? So for instance, let's see if this sort of works. Something towards like this would be like if White gets to sorry, if White gets to squeeze a little bit like this, it would be interesting enough for White to do. It would be an option for White. So I'm not so sure about that variation, but it's kind of an example of how White might be able to be pretty flexible when Black tries to tries to attack. So let's see. Moves for Black to play would be that wedge that I was just looking at, this one. The idea being that if White plays here, not only does White have the cut here, but also Black's threatening to cut White off at this point. So it's sort of starting some momentum towards an attack. So that's one move I would be looking at. Playing something towards the upper side would be maybe an idea of, let's see, playing something like this. I think the 3-3 point in the upper left is, it would come after moves like this, after Black does something towards the sides. So a move like this or a move like this, controlling the side, and then Black would start thinking about invading in the upper left corner. Black could just simply protect the upper right corner. And just because Black's lower side territory is so solid, Black doesn't really, like a local move there would be maybe this one or something like this maybe. This would be a feasible move. It would be a hot spot. And it would be an attempt to attack White on the right side. This is a move Black could play. Thanks, Chris Davis. Yeah, that was the answer I gave. Very good. I'm talking about Rick's question about the 3-3 point being left open in the upper left corner. Fantastic, kids. And there's various is asking about the numbers and letters that we are using for yes, the orientation is a bit different than it usually is. It's just that various people and countries have different systems, so I just sort of try to learn to deal with the various ones. The coordinates, yes. Kingfisher Games is saying, "Has anyone told me I look like Mr. Incredibles?" Uh, I'm sorry, I don't even know what you're talking about. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Hmm. L14 idea. Oh, my L14 idea. Okay, so that's Andy Wang. I just showed the one move because I don't really know what White's going to do in response. I think for the time being, White's just going to leave those stones in the center because White does have that capture. White might play something. I would be thinking of playing something on the top here, but this might be a bit not strong enough. If White wanted to play more strongly, and these players do tend to play very aggressively, so a stronger move would be the shoulder hit here with ideas of doing stuff like this. And definitely White's not going to get into trouble here. So White probably, if Black attacked from that direction, I expect White would actually move out. It's probably the most important part of the board at this time. And if Black and connecting here, probably not so effective anymore. White would probably just play like this and would not have too much trouble locally. Or in this board position, White could continue with something on the side here, maybe attacking Black first. And in some cases, White could sacrifice those 3 stones. So yeah, it's maybe not such a good attack towards the left side. So White will just move out on the right side. So this is one way Black could play, and Black would probably be just continuing. In this case, Black would be continuing towards the center, maybe, with ideas like this, and hoping to make some trouble for White's connection in the upper right there. Otherwise, Black could play this just seems so, it doesn't seem very effective, does it? White covering at M3. And that's okay, yeah, that's a good point. So if white covers at M3, okay, where did I see that? Oh, sorry, I forget who said that. But someone asked, how big is M3? The problem with covering at M3, let's just have this move maybe for black, is that black will immediately play here. And it is a slightly awkward position here where white has two cutting points. And for instance, black could play the key point here. White's going to have, for instance, if white plays here, it's going to be a bit awkward. The shape is going to be bad. So yeah, something like this. So white's going to have very heavy shape there, and it's not really very attractive for white. So covering there is a move that white would like to play, but is sort of hesitating to do it. And so it would be nice if white could do that and play on this side. But for the time being, black's gonna, oh sorry, okay, to play on this side. For the time being, this cut, it looks like it's going to be a fairly strong attack. So it sort of depends on how this fight is going to turn out. Because if white can do stuff like this, and then find a good way to deal with the right side of the board, then white does have some extra territory on the upper side. But you can see that black 3 is starting a fairly effective attack for black in this case. So it's not quite working. So that's why white has not played that move yet. Conversely, if black plays here first, if black plays something like this, and goes after the one stone, this is an example of, exactly what black should not be doing, because it's taking a fairly worthless stone. This would make it easy for white. So if black does this, if black's going to play another move on the upper side, the shape move would be to play. The shape move would be to play here. So that's an example of what could happen if black plays first there. Although black also has the option of a move like this or like this. Black doesn't really want to do this. It makes it easier for white to sacrifice that one stone. So sometimes this is not so good. And also you can see white trying stuff like this again. And you can see it sort of connecting up to the stuff on the right. If white does something like this, this is going to be bad for black, obviously. Okay. Something like N12. Something like N12 would be an option. So we were talking about a move something like this maybe. So that was the suggestion from Rick Rubenstein. Yeah, something like this would be a potential move. But it would give white some room to escape. So white would be doing something like maybe just like here. So in the game, this is sort of unexpected. So it's kind of a difficult game. It's gonna, white does have an advantage in solid territory in the lower left corner and some potential in the upper left corner. So white's corners are pretty big. Black just has the lower side. So that's 20 so points. And that upper right corner, it's not a territory yet. There's still some Aji in the 3 point or an attachment. So for instance, you see computer programs, for instance, playing moves like this probably later in the game. And if black cuts in the corner, then this will be dead, but white will get some forcing moves when white plays here, for instance. So an example of that would be the fact that this is not going to work for black anymore. So that kind of thing. Or if black plays a more solid connection like this, there's some potential in the corner. So white would have potential with moves like this, for instance, which is locally dead, but in the process of killing it, black is not necessarily alive on the outside. So it might take some more moves for black to finish that off. Because white's corner, that group in the corner, it will have a good number of liberties. So if it does end up in a race to capture with black surrounded on the outside, then white would have a lot of liberties in the corner. Or moves like this, which are slightly more difficult to kill, and sometimes a move like this, which would give white forcing moves from the outside. So white does have some potential there in the corner with attachments. Okay, DGH Brown asks about the software here. I don't really have much control over the server that's showing this game. I guess ideally I would have had someone put the moves in for me on OGS. Maybe I should do that sometime. OGS is my favorite server for giving lessons, you might say, or doing live streams. But I don't think they have this game live on OGS at this time. Satya Singh is asking, do I think black will make the first move to attack white on the bottom right side, or wait for white to add a move? Well, if white adds a move, it's going to be fairly strong. So at some point, black could try to, but black's not really moving in that direction with this move in the upper right. So it sort of depends on whether white bothers to put a stone in to protect. So for instance, for instance, if white does something like this, this would be a move controlling the center of the board, and we sort of see an area forming up there in the center of the board for white. If white plays a move like this, black doesn't really have a large-scale attack to continue on the right side, and would have to make some territory, probably on the third line after this. So this would forestall any potential attack black might be trying to do, I think. So if white plays this way, black's not going to be attacking. But if white plays away a bit, then maybe black's going to start attacking later on. I'm sort of thrown off by the move black just played. It wasn't expected for me. And I'm not really sure black's even taking territory yet with that move, because the corner's still a bit open. So the exchange of white's move, you might recall white just played here, and this move, it seems to be a good exchange for white. Okay, so white attaches on top. This seems to be the game move. It's a sort of AI-like move. And black's going to play a Hane on one or the other side. So let's see. So we try both. Q4 the typical way for white to invade the upper side next. That's fantastic, kids. Q3 also. Locally, it's going to be difficult for white to live in any case. So, for instance, let's go back a move and make a diagram here. So, in the case of this, it's pretty much just, it's going to be difficult for white to try to live here. So it's pretty much dead. And the advantage in this case of trying a move like this is that there's more potential. So, for instance, in a shape like this where black is capturing the one stone, white does get some forcing moves here. So there would be a forcing potential from the left side here. So that's what I would be looking for in this position. And so it's more difficult to sort of manufacture that kind of thing. But when you play this move and black's pretty much black's connection, the connection of black stones is relatively good. It makes it more difficult for white to be doing that. So that's why I was suggesting the attachment there, Q4. It seems to have more potential to make trouble for black. In either case, I'm not surprised that white's not doing it yet. I think this is something that comes a little bit later in the game. Okay, black played a Hane here. Yeah, this is the Hane I was going to try first. And if white covers there, black's probably just going to... Let's see, white has two directions to cover. Let's do a variation. If white covers here, black's probably just going to connect. If white covers here, black's probably going to connect. Or black could play, let's see. Could black play... Black's connecting would be a safe move, and white would probably connect on top too. And black could play more strongly. This would be exciting. So this was the game move. If white covers here, black's probably going to connect here and push through out into the center. In this variation, black does have the potential to cut white off here and just swallow that one stone on the right. So this would be good for black, and white would probably be starting something maybe here. Escaping with that stone towards the center. Right. DGH Brown is asking about the white attachment, and that's a good question. Shouldn't we not touch the stones we are attacking? That's the proverb. In this position, it's not very clear who's attacking who, so that's part of it. And there's also the fact that we've seen AIs use attachments a lot more. So it's something that people are getting used to. And so we're seeing a lot more of it in human games also. It's just the computers like to attach too. But in this position, it would have been perfectly natural for white. The move I was suggesting was the capping move. Seems to be a more natural move. I don't see anything wrong with this move in this board position. Okay, so white seems to have a choice between the Hane I was just showing here, covering on this side, or covering on the outside. So if white covers on the outside, again, the idea is probably just to control the center. So it could even be like this, with white giving up some points in the lower right area, and white is trying to build in the center of the board. Yes, okay, so white did that. This is the game move. And it probably gets more exciting if black is aggressive here. So first of all, if black extends here, the weakness of this move when compared to the connection is that when black does that, white's going to have the opportunity to play here, and white is threatening an Atari from underneath. So white gets one more forcing move there. And in this case, white would be happy to allow black to connect underneath. And white is sort of controlling the center of the board to a certain degree. So white has some potential to maybe attack black. White might go a bit closer to attack black on the left and build some territory in the center of the board, which would be, it's not completely finished for a while, but white does have some potential there. So I think extending there looks just a little bit weak, but I would consider the double Hane, which looks sort of exciting. It's threatening a double Atari. It's not good in positions like this to play Atari and then Atari again. That's strengthening white, and eventually this is actually a ladder, so white can actually capture the stone like this. Or it could curl around here once. This is better for it. captured. So that was bad for black, and that black cut there, and that cutting stone is getting captured and strengthening white. So the shape move would be to play a double hunter. And to play this, I wouldn't be surprised if black has to spend some time reading out all the variations. First of all, this cutting underneath it's pretty easy to say that white's not going to be able to capture the one black stone. If white tries that, there's not really any good follow-through. So, like, this would be a pretty desperate fight for white. White's going to be weak on both sides. So that's probably not very good. And if white cuts on this side, it could turn out to be a fight sort of like this. Black does have some room to move around there, and white is weak, so not completely comfortable for white. It looks like black has fighting chances. Black's not alive either, so it's going to be complicated. Hello. Dusk Eagle. Hello, Dusk Eagle. Thank you. Thank you for the present. That's impressive. You improved from 2 dan to 4 dan. Satya Singh is asking a difficult question. If I were to count the board, how would I count the borders? How would I make an estimate? A placeholder number for white in the center? I think the question is about how I would calculate the game, the score of the amount of territory. And at this stage of the game, for instance, with territories like the black territory on the lower side, with a little time, just about anyone can make a calculation because the borders of that territory are fairly well defined. So I'd say it's a minimum of about 28 points if you count 3 points for that place where black captured 2 stones. That's not, we're going to assume black connects at some point and white plays something on the outside. That's not 100%. And then there's some potential extra territory on the left there. For instance, if depending on whether white jumps in here or not. So that area here is a few more potential points. So but at this stage of the game, like there's so many things that can happen in a fight. In some cases, there's going to be a cool threat and it's all going to disappear. So, for instance, white could play a cool threat here and end up capturing that stone in a completely different calculation. So when you make a detailed calculation this early in the game, it's usually going to be wasted. And as the time controls get shorter and shorter, actually this game is a 33-hour, almost 2.5-hour time control. So it's feasible that the players have a fairly accurate calculation. But it's not something you should really dwell on this early in the game because you have to know that these territories, the size of them is going to change. Even towards the end of the game, it changes. But I'd say that black group in the lower side has about 25, a bit more than 25 points there in solid territory. And like the lower left corner for white, it's close to 20 points. And that's all I have to know at this point. And then the rest of the territories in the upper left and the upper right, they're both not determined. And in a fight like this that I happen to have in the diagram here, the way the fight ensues is just, for instance, if white plays moves like this, that's going to change the value of black's corner there. For instance, if something like this happens, you can see that black's corner is becoming more solid and looking more and more like a 20-point territory. And so in some cases, it's going to be a 20-point territory. In some cases, it's just going to disappear and be traded for something else. So I usually just sort of leave those areas as blanks, basically, just potential at this point in the game. As the game progresses a little bit, they might turn into territories. Derek Neal, thank you. Chris Garlick is the last time I saw him, it was looking a lot better. So yes, um, he had a problem. He's looking a lot better. He's playing tennis. So he's back in action. Um, well, the judging the position is pretty tricky. That's Satya Singh asking again about the counting. So I count the territories that are relatively solid, like this territory that black has in the lower right, and the territory that white has in the lower left. Um, and if you really want to make a calculation, you can sort of make an optimistic calculation of something like 15 to 20 points for those two corners on the upper side, or you can just look at the size of the area and say they're comparative. So if we go back to the board position, let's see if it's changed very much. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're in this variation. It's sort of like the variation I was showing you. So if we look at the upper right corner and the upper left corner, I would just call them, for the time being, they're close enough to equal to be called equal. So I'm just going to say those two corners have equal potential. And I compare the lower right area, which is about a bit more than 25 points, and white's area in the lower left. Black has a few more points. That's going to account for Komi maybe, a little extra on the left side. So black has comfortable more than Komi, but then white has some potential on the upper side in the center. And it sort of the balance of white's extra potential in the upper side and the center. So for me, just taking a territory like the upper left corner and the upper right corner and saying that they're comparing the two positions and saying that they're about equal, and then looking at the territories that are more solid, like the lower left and the lower right, and actually making some kind of a calculation there. And then looking at the open spaces with the board, which it's not clear who's going to get, and saying who has more potential. In this case, I would say if the upper left and the upper right are about even, lower right and the lower left, maybe a bit better for white if we count in the Komi, and even the left side there for black. I think that evens up after Komi, something like that. I mean, it's going to be close to that. This is not an exact calculation. It's close enough for me. And I'm going to say that the open areas in the center of the board are some extra potential for white, which is, it seems to be more than the potential black has to increase on the left side of the board. So I have the feeling that it's slightly better for white. But because of the fact I've already calculated in the Komi, it's probably pretty close. And we know that the way that the computers do it, they don't really have anything to do with the territory as we see it either. So it's probably not. It can be a misleading way to calculate the position to just to look at the territory. Rick Rubenstein says he's mystified that pros can say that white seems to have a small lead when we can't calculate the score. And it's just, I think strong players are just sort of subconsciously weighing a lot of factors. Like I know that I'm looking at the strength of various groups. So the strength of white's group there on the right side of the board in the upper right, and black's relatively weak group in the middle of that. The fact that black is trying to build up an attack here on the right half of the board, and the question of whether that's going to work. There's a lot of calculating here, which is actually more important than my calculation of the score or territory. What's going to happen immediately here is more important if I'm playing that game. I have to find the next move to play. And so that's probably why I focus on that more than the actual positional judgment. The positional judgment is influenced by these things, and it depends on the strength of various groups and stuff like that. And it changes, the score changes all the time. Yes, Korean players will probably recognize me from AlphaGo. It was a big deal. That's Go Baruch saying that the oldest Korean text was they were talking about. Um, it was a really big thing when AlphaGo went to Korea to play against Lee Sedol, because he was a world famous player and he was a really special player for the Koreans and a genius, really. And the fact that he was getting beat up by the computer was a big problem, and it was in the news. It was people got really excited and interested in it. Great publicity for Go. And so yeah, you could be walking around in the city, and when I was walking around in the city, people would ask me, are you with Google? Because if I was with Google, I was the enemy. But yes, I did do. They actually had a Korean commentator for the game also. We were in adjacent rooms, so the TV probably had the Korean commentator, but they could see me on the internet too. Benvenuto, Benvenuto Gesulfa. Sorry about mangling your name. Hello from France. Thank you. Right. I think the AlphaGo games were very effective in spreading Go because there were so many people who were encountering Go for the first time who saw it on the internet. Robert Sink is asking, is it true that Liesel retired after the loss because he lost all hope of ever being better than AI? That is one of the things he said, but I sort of doubt that it's the only reason. I don't know him well enough to have the full story. Yes, I think his reasons were complicated, as Rick Ludenstein saying. Right, Chris Davis, I think you're right. Yeah, there were some problems with dissociation, and he was like, I think he was at his best up to just before AlphaGo challenged him, maybe. So, as far as his profession was concerned, he was pretty invincible for a couple of decades, I think. And like he was so strong that people feared and sort of hated him. And but that doesn't last forever. So there were younger players challenging at the time that he retired, I think. Um, let's see, what does it say? M3? Ah, yes, M2. Okay. Room for Chimpanzine says that White has a modest lead of 1.1 points. So that's a AI. It must be Katago if it's giving points. There's some other AIs that do that, but yeah. Okay, so White doesn't really have the option of cutting on the third line, I think. So that's the one move that probably doesn't work. there's just no way for white to capture these stones. And pulling out after this, it just looks like this is just that shape on the right side is not so good for white. And black has an attack on the right side too. So I think this is not working for white. So I would say that white is either going to cover here, and black probably is going to connect, or white's going to cut here, and maybe it's going to turn into the same variation if white covers here anyway. And you can see that black cannot capture the one stone. So this would just be, this would just be a disaster for black. So yeah, even if white plays here, black's not going to be able to capture that. Because white can extend by one move. So black's going to be playing something underneath. So after this, white has some freedom. White could try to save the stone. Maybe something like this, trying to save it. Or maybe something like this. This is not so strong against the right side though. White would like to be able to do it with this move, which leaves a potential attack here. This would be very effective. So this would be my mainline idea, and I would be thinking about white's next move after that. Basically, if black gets away with extending there in the center, so for instance, if white ends up playing some kind of a defensive move, and let's see, black could probably even jump here to capture one stone. If black gets to do that, then that stone that has the yellow triangle in it, it's pointing out into the center in a very good shape for black, and this would be a success for black. So once black has played this marked move, the triangle marked move, it's such a good shape that white has to try to punish the fact that black has left a lot of cutting points. So I'd say that this cut here is mainline. And the question is whether white's going to follow up with a move like this or a move from the side like this. So these are probably both feasible. Although this move is, I sort of like it because it would reinforce white in the lower right area, would start making some eyes there. Yes, everyone is believing in Shin Jinseo, a very formidable player. He's been at the top of the world for a while, I think. Yes, pushes for bamboo. Okay, I understand that now. The downslayer is asking, what if white pushes for bamboo? That's another option. White has to be careful though, because this shape, when we compare it to, for instance, when we compare it to a shape like this shape is pretty good, because if black plays here, white has two liberties. It means that, for instance, when black tries stuff like this, white could even play here, and it's connected locally. Because white has those two liberties. Or if black plays from this side, even in this case, white's going to have stuff that white can do. White could even play from outside here and capture the whole black group. It all depends on those two liberties that white has to the right of that group. So if white can manage it, white would like to be able to force with 9 here, the connection. And the difference is that when white forces with the bamboo connection, like this, it's forcing so far, but it's really terrible in white's liberties. White has filled 2 of his own liberties in this. Even if black pushes through here, you can see that when we compare it to the previous diagram, 2 of white's liberties have been filled. Or if black plays from this side, it's even more abruptly dead. So that's the weak point of the bamboo joint there. So it's a very efficient way sometimes to make a connected shape, but when there's a potential race to capture, something like that, it can be a problem. So it's very dangerous throughout the whole sequence. But if white gets this far somehow, then white would immediately play at 13 and have to protect there, giving black the initiative on this side. It's feasible though if white can get to 13. White would still be white would have to worry about moves like for instance, white still has to. White's already in a shortage of liberties, so even in the middle of this sequence, white has to worry about moves like this. It's a very awkward sequence, doing the bamboo connection. Whereas if white plays, I'm sort of being tricky by playing that 7-8 exchange first. It simplifies my commentary, so I'm just going to leave it there. If white can play the connection here, then white's already okay for the time being in the center, and is threatening that attachment at the second line. So this is a much cleaner way for white to connect up. But that was a good question, Don Slayer. I haven't been following there's some internet sites. This is M1V8 who's asking, is Shin Jinseo the number one player right now? Yeah, and Cyphers says, I think so. I think so too. But actually, I haven't been following the internet sites. So there's places on the internet where they have lists of the top players. So they actually have a ranking list, which is based on international tournaments. So it's probably pretty accurate. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's the number one player, but I'm not actually following him, so I don't know firsthand. Okay, back to the game. See if they've done anything. Okay, no, that's not what I expected. So white covered here first. Now this is threatening the cut on the fourth line. Obviously, black's not connected anymore. So black played here, and if white answers here, this is connected to black group. So black would be able to attack here, and cut white off. It's not as if white would die, but black would get a very strong group here. So for instance, something like this might happen. White should be able to survive here, but it's going to be a bit painful. So something like this. And black would be pretty much connected on the outside and would have the opportunity to attack again on this side. And white's group in the lower right area, it's not really alive yet either. So this is the idea black had with this move. And white has dodged it towards the corner. So let's see if I can find my corner. Yeah. So white dodged it by invading the corner. And depending on how black responds here, white is going to allow black to connect on the second line. So let's see, what's the story here? So for instance, an extreme example would be black playing on this side, in which case I wouldn't be surprised if white's going to, in this case, the variation I was showing before is very different. That 3-3-point invasion is working very well to give white a living shape there, taking all the territory in the corner. So this would be good for white. And so the other way, I'm expecting black to cover on this side, in which case maybe white's not going to save those two stones. So white's going to leave the two stones for the time being, and eventually we'll have ideas that maybe white's going to play something like this or something like this as a different way to try to save them. So maybe white would be starting, I don't know, this is the 3-3-point, the whole sequence here is sort of taking me by surprise that white did not cut on the fourth line there. I would have wanted to cut at P9, the fourth line. So just to revisit that variation that I was talking about, I just wanted to cut here and cover, and I would be thinking about my next move after this. So Shin Jinseo is going more for the territory here, covering here, and then covering here, and dodging into the corner. And so white does have, for instance, if white slides here. If white slides here, that's going to be a ko at least. It's going to be pretty difficult even for black to get the ko. Locally, it's sort of a ko-like position. It sort of depends on the outside. So white does have the potential life there, but is going to completely fall apart on the outside. And it's sort of hard to judge that kind of a trade. Yes, I think we're still talking in the comments about Shin Jinseo and Tang Weixing's their ranking. I think their record against each other is 3 wins for Tang Weixing and 5 wins for Shin Jinseo. And what I heard was that Shin Jinseo has won 5 consecutive games. So he started by losing to Tang Weixing, but is winning now. Oh, the Ko? Okay. Oh, something's happening to the moves. So yeah, it didn't happen that way. Okay, it looks like black is pushed on the 4th line before playing that move. They're correcting the moves here. Looks like the same thing is happening on the Korean server too. I do have the Korean server showing on my cell phone. It looks like the moves that were shown before were incorrect. Well, yes, that's a good question. The Don Slayer is asking, how do you mess up the move order? And I'm not sure exactly what server they're using to play the game, but I would assume that the moves are being input by an operator at some stage. So maybe the players are playing the moves on their own, but the people putting the moves put into this server that I'm watching 2 servers, by the way. In these 2 servers, maybe the moves are being put in by an operator or operators. So if the operators are amateur players, it's understandable that they would mess up the moves. And I'm just hoping they have it right this time. Yes, and when you're doing it inside a Go server, it's actually sort of tricky to take back moves because they don't usually allow you to do that. Yes, the Dawn Slayer. I would use OGS actually if I should probably ask. This was sort of last minute. I didn't know what my schedule was today, so I'm just using it as it comes. And I don't believe they have a live broadcast on OGS. So since I didn't want to put in the moves on my own, um, and I didn't have someone to do it for me, I'm just using the servers that do it automatically for me. Thank you. Yeah, I'll ask you when I know what my schedule is. I'll ask you. I have a crazy schedule this week, and actually the games are probably going to continue tomorrow at least, I think, and maybe the day after, or maybe they have a rest day. I'm not even sure, but um, I can't promise anything, unfortunately, because I do have kind of a crazy schedule. So that's part of the fact that I'm just using what's already there in this case. Descent seems overplayed. So Cyphers is talking about white descending to the 2nd line here. It does seem to be an overplay. And who has the advantage now? That's a good question. Okay, so let's look at the territories. As I was saying, the territories are pretty much balanced. So black has a bit more than 25 points in the lower right. White has some weak stones on the outside of that, but maybe some potential territory for white there also. So that sort of evens out. So I'll call that black territory slightly more than 25 points. White has something in the vicinity of 20 points on the left side in the lower left corner. And black has just a little bit on the left side there. So that, if we calculate Komi into that, I'd say that black's two areas on the lower right area plus the left side versus white's lower left corner, it's pretty equal. So that area, that part of the board is pretty equal. The two corners on the upper side are pretty equal. Territory is pretty close. And white does seem to have some potential to get just a little bit of territory in the center of the board, which is the amount I think that white has an advantage. But I would not be feeling comfortable at all in this board position. There's still a lot of moves that have to be played. And I would call it undecided. Another thing, so who was it who was saying that the going down to the second line is heavy? Did I get my second shot? That's Rick Rubenstein asking about, I guess, my vaccination. I haven't had it yet. Japan is just a little bit behind countries like America in getting the vaccinations ready, available for people. And my age group was supposed to start in July, but hasn't really. I mean, it started a month later, and so I'm getting there. I'll be there fairly soon now. So going straight down is sort of inefficient because, for instance, okay, let's make a diagram. So if white goes straight down here, it's not doing anything very much apart from cutting black off. So black could play a forcing move here, for instance, and white's still not very well connected there. So this would be a forcing move, which black's going to save for later. But the whole white group, it's sort of heavy. It doesn't have two eyes. Black can also play here. Black's shape in the center of the board is so much more expanding and good looking. Also, there's the fact that if it's white doesn't really want to play this yet because this allows black to surround the corner. So I get the feeling white's sort of hesitating to play this move. This is another move that white could play, for instance, that would be cutting the black group off. So for instance, if black plays here and white cuts here, although black can connect underneath, this is sort of painful to allow white to cut off those two black stones in the center. So if we assume black is saving those two stones, white's going to be able to cut black anyway. So this is already a shape where black cannot connect underneath very well. Even if white does not play one, if white doesn't play anything on the second line, we still have this shape where this is kind of a forcing move. And there is, although white in this particular shape, there's a problem here with a lack of liberties. There is some potential there where this is going to be a forcing move anyway. And if black plays on this side, it's going to sort of link up to moves like this or moves like this, causing some trouble in the corner, potentially. So white might want to make that more solid by playing something like this. But it's going to be difficult for black to actually make a connection on the, second line. It's going to be a lot of bad aji there, which could be a potential problem for black. So white's going to try to be a bit more efficient, I think, in cutting black off there. One way would be to play this. One way would be to try moves like this first and just test black's reaction, you might say. Or white could leave it and start with, pretty soon the upper side is going to be a big move too. Yes. Okay, white did play the hane, and white's played the cut too. So white's just making very, very sure that black is not going to connect underneath here. So this is sort of cemented that. And white's stones, they're in the upper right area, they're a bit weak still. So white's probably going to push through once on the third line, and then maybe do something to protect that group in the center of the board. By playing this exchange first, white has avoided all those issues with the shortage of liberties. So maybe white's going to feel a bit more free to play moves like this, which they did have a shortage of liberties in the variations I was showing. So white has cut black off. White has weak groups on both sides, but now black is not 100% alive on the side either. So that's maybe going to even out at this point. Let's get back to the game. Yes. Okay. So it's this. At this point, it's white's turn. So white has two weak groups, white in the lower right and in the upper right. So I would expect white to add a stone to one of those two groups. Yes, L7 is a shape move. Yes. Okay. Rumford Chimbenstein is saying that white's lead is shrunk to 0.1 points. So that's virtually equal. And Satya Singh is happy that pros and strong players in general can keep a game pretty even for a long time. Especially players like the players we have here at the top of the world. Just the fact that they're researching the game using AI's computer programs, they're getting a feel for the computer moves and starting to understand them more deeply than we did before. And they are fairly close to the moves. The moves they play are fairly close to the moves that are suggested by computers quite often. Oh, so white added a stone to the lower white group, and okay, we've got a few moves here. Yes. So what white was doing with that hanging connection? Wow, that was quick suddenly. This is another thing that makes me think that it's an operator doing the moves, because sometimes you get the moves coming pretty quickly like that. So with this move, white's making a base on the side and stopping black from reducing that, basically. And I think white was worried about, for instance, this move would not really be a big problem, although black does have a potential life there. I think I would be happy to allow this kind of life, because it's going to, if we assume this kind of shape, so it's going to be something like that. Black does get two eyes, but it's going to cause trouble in the corner. So it's not a way that black would really want to make two eyes in this shape. It's just too painful. But white might have been more worried about, for instance, a move like this, where if black gets to connect underneath, now this is going to be much more effective for black, and maybe even a life with Sente. And white's eyes are disappearing too. Or if white plays down here, then there is the issue with this. It looks like it's going to work for black. You would like to be able to capture in a ladder or a squeeze like this. But you can see white stones in the center of the board. So if we just ignore the fact that white's in trouble in the center there, this is a kind of a net-like shape. But of course, black can just choose a point to cut, and it's going to be a disaster for white. So that's what white was doing with this one. I understand that. And black is moving out into the center, and white towards the upper side. There's still some potential there in the corner. So white's still looking to try to do something there. Black's group in the center of the board, it has only... it doesn't really have an eye yet. So it's still sort of weak. At some point, white would like to be able to play a splitting attack. So that would be... oops. That wasn't what I was trying to do. That was ignore the that was a positional judgment by the computer, but the computer in this particular server isn't very good at that, so you don't have to look at that. So eventually white's going to be trying to split the two black groups with some kind of a move in the center and try to get a double attack. But black didn't want to play something straightforward like that because there's no territory associated with this move. So black's trying to be a bit more active and forestall white's attack here, because we have to remember white's group is also weak. So black's trying to put pressure on white in the upper right area now. That's the one remaining weak white group. It's the one white group that's not alive still. And black's trying to put pressure on it while reducing white's potential on the upper side. And for instance, if white does stuff like this, it's going to look like black is reinforcing in the center. So for instance, in a variation like this, black would maybe be getting something towards the center of the board. I don't know, maybe continue. This move is actually pretty big. Also, I'm not so sure how this is going to affect. There's still some potential here in the corner with moves like this and moves like this, for instance. And this would have a potential connection on the second line. Let's see how that can work. Maybe black could just bump against white here. So this would connect to the side. So black does have some potential there. And as I was saying in the upper right corner, in many cases, it's this attachment right next to the star point, which is going to create some trouble. In this case, if black crosscuts like this, black is going to sacrifice the stone that comes in Atari. So if white takes this side, black can escape in this direction and move out. Or if white takes on this side, black can play on this side and escape. So that's why white didn't play the 3-3 point in the variation I was showing. And this is, if white plays here, this is just going to be it's going to be a living shape, even if black plays here. So there's some potential there. There's some potential there in any case. There's some potential for black to connect up to the side. So black is looking at stuff like that later in the corner. Black could be playing it fairly soon. But white's not going to crow like that. This is an example of what black is trying to do, basically. So I think white's going to be playing a bit more actively. But he's thinking about it. Yeah, so what I might expect white to do is to take a position on the side or towards the center. So maybe something like, for instance, something like this. And if black plays here to push, and start splitting, trying to split the black groups up as much as possible. So as far as the direction of play is concerned, this is what I would have an idea that I wanted to do. Or white might be a bit more careful and play a two-space extensions. Or the most adventurous move would be doing something like this to start with, which I would be sort of worried about this with the in some cases the peep here or pushing through here. It doesn't look like white's connection is very good, so it looks sort of dangerous. So that's why I'm starting with something on the side. Something like this looks like what I would want to do. There's going to be more pressure on white in the upper left corner. That's a weak shape now with the 3-3 point open. But there's a lot of action on the right half of the board also. So that's the right half of the board is probably, the fact that black's not 100% alive yet is probably going to be an issue, a pretty important issue. And eventually the left side also is not alive yet. So black does have some weak groups that could be coming under attack in this case. So something like this. In this case, white has a fairly good connection. Yes, yes. So Thomas Lee's, I think he was talking about my variation where white curls underneath, and it's just curling on the third line like this, It's not so much territory, and you can see black's getting something back in the center. So I don't really like this for white. I think it's my example of basically the idea that black had with that shoulder hit. Um, excuse me. So my idea is that yes, white does want to start a fight instead of doing this. White wants to try to split black. Oh, he went on the third line. Yeah. So again, I think if black plays the covering move, maybe push once and then jump. That would be the shape move, or I still think white could play this far away. I think when white's on the third line, I'd be more. I just feel that this looks more natural. J3, yes. Weixing, I guess, is that a Chinese name? Is saying that J3 looks very AlphaGo. It's a kind of AI style move. When black is maybe going to be covering here, I think there was always a kind of a human instinct, you might say, kind of an idea that professionals have nurtured for a long time, over hundreds of years, that it looks really like black is very effectively split white from the left to the right. And we have a resistance to this move on the third line, where it doesn't seem to look so bad to us if we put the stone on the fourth line, and white's not trying to surround that upper side anyway. So it's kind of an aesthetical thing where we this looks better to us. But we see the computer programs playing moves like this on the third line against shoulder hit. It's very common to see AIs like Weixing is saying AlphaGo, but it's true of other programs like I think it's true of Fine Art. I know it's true of Katago and Lila. They play this move on the third line, which human players often have a kind of a resistance. We don't like it, but computers are often, the AIs are suggesting this move quite a lot. So yes, it is a kind of an AI-like. Okay, it's black's turn. So covering on the third line is locally the strongest move, or if black is a little anxious about creating too many weak stones, black could be thinking of playing, for instance, an attachment on the outside. This would be a kind of a light way to avoid getting into too much trouble and reinforce the center. In this case, black would not be trying to attack white very much, but would, for instance, would still be looking at potential with this kind of thing. So maybe like this, and this would have the connection underneath. And on this side, black would be, on this side, black would be just thinking of allowing white to connect underneath. So maybe something like this. This would be a relatively light way to play, but it would be giving the side territory to white. So I sort of think that the players are thinking of the strongest local move, which would be covering on the third line. A probe at 3-3, yes, Rick Rubenstein is asking about a probe at 3-3. I'm just, my feeling is that the way to go in the corner is to play the attachment here when black actually does it. But the probe at the 3-3 is a definitely a possibility. It's something that would, I'm not sure that white would answer it actually. It's something that could be done. and it's going to survive in this case. So yeah, so it's sort of working. It's a lot of territory that black's going to get. So it is a way to go. Yeah, it's just the mechanics of making it work is going to be relatively complicated in either case. Okay, so let's take on the territory on the lower side and the left side. That's pretty equal. I'd say the two corners are still pretty close to each other. The territory is balanced. I do think white does seem to have control of a larger area, but still it sort of depends on the local fight here. K6. Ah, that one space jump. Okay. The Dawn Slayer asks, what do I think about the one space jump K6? So that must be this move. If black plays there, that's a pretty direct threat, I think. So I expect white will probably answer. It's not really a big deal. I think white should be feeling okay about this exchange. The wedge, K5. Right, yeah. Looking at the wedge here. So obviously if black does it immediately, it's not going to work so well in either direction. So even if white plays on this side, this fight is going to be really dangerous for black. Or white can play on this side. And this is just weakening black's stones on the outside. Even if black manages to capture two stones, it might not be good enough. But for the time being, I think white's going to save them like this. So, Robert Sink was, I think, suggesting this move, and looking at the wedge. The problem with this is that white's going to attack first, so white's going to probably play something like this and cut here, maybe extend, and so white's attack is going to happen before black gets to cut, and the wedge is gone already. So it looks a bit too dangerous for black, actually. Black's group on the right side is not alive yet. Black has a number of weak groups. Black's group on the left side is not alive yet. And now the upper side also. So black has three weak groups. And white's group looks like it's holding together. It's going to be okay. So I don't like this for black. Looks a bit too adventurous. Okay, black, what? Oh, black played the one space jump. So black played the one space jump here. So white plays the key point here. And this is threatening the wedge. So this is an interesting exchange they had here. So white's threatening to cut black off with this move. And could actually do it this way. This would be effective enough. And black has responded by playing this key point, which is kind of a shape move also. And this is threatening the wedge, obviously. And it's not a forcing move because it was never a forcing move because white could play this move as a forcing move. But when white has tried to force from the outside, these two moves get in each other's way. So it's a good time for black to play that push. White's probably going to answer here, after which black has a number of choices. Black might try this way or this way. Black does have to do something here to connect up, though. Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, even an empty triangle is better than getting cut off. So yeah, something like this. Black also has the choice between this move and this move, which is a more solid connection. So both sides are sort of ending up with bad shape, and white will have to protect the upper side too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not so sure what Soy Baduk is talking about. This he's asking about if white has a stone at e7. So that would probably be this move. And black can probably live if black plays here. It sort of depends on how much strength white has in the area. But if white answers this, obviously, even very locally, it's going to be easy for black to live. In actual play, black would play more aggressively here. And if white plays from the outside, there is the cut here, which is at the very least, it's going to give black a lot of territory and a potential eye in the center there. So it's really going to be very difficult for white to even try to attack black in this position. So black too is a kind of a key point. If I were white, this is the local move that I would be looking at to play at some later point. But in this game, it's starting to look like there's not going to be. It's going to be difficult to find the timing to play this move. It's going to be far in the future still. Okay, so what is white trying to do in the corner here? It looks like white is going to spend a move there. And maybe white thinks that there's some potential in the corner. No? Okay, so I was wrong. White played on that side. So white is reinforcing that group on the upper side. Um, I guess white was just getting rid of the potential of a black move on the second line there. So sometimes you have to be careful about, for instance, we're going to assume black has some more stones on the outside, but eventually moves like this can threaten to connect to one side or the other. So this is the kind of thing black could be looking at. And I think with the Hane on the second line there, white was just making sure that's not going to happen. So that would protect against it in almost all cases if black does something like this. Since black cannot connect up to the right side, it's going to be safe now. So there's a difference in security there. And white is so making a strong group on the upper side and preparing to attack black on the right side of the board. The upper left corner, there's some big stuff happening there. Oh yeah, that's it. But white is planning to attack in the center and potentially on the left side of the board. So I'd say black is catching up in territory here. So there's the upper right corner is now starting to look like a black territory that's close to 20 points. And white has a smaller territory in the upper left corner and not very much on the upper side either. So if we compare those two areas, then black's area is bigger. And I was saying that the lower right corner plus potential on the left side for black is sort of takes care of Komi after we subtract the lower left corner for white. There's some potential for white on the right side. It looks like it's going to be still complicated and very close. I think the territories, it looks pretty close now. So this is a point where there were questions earlier about whether or not and how I count territory. This is a point of the game where you can make a more accurate calculation of the territory. And in this case, I'm saying it looks pretty close. And it's more worthwhile to be making that calculation because you have a better idea of where the territories are, and they're less likely to change hands after this. It's not. I'm not going to say they won't change hands, but it's less likely. So white has consolidated the corner. It's going to make it actually easier for black to play forcing moves against it to reinforce the left side. So in this case, now that white has a solid corner there, in some cases you're going to see black play forcing moves like this, or sometimes like this, just to reinforce the black group. So if black gets potentially into trouble on the left side of the board, sometimes black will be playing moves like this to reinforce it. These are not necessarily good as endgame. So as an endgame move, sometimes it's better just to play the diagonal move here. So it sort of depends on whether white starts attacking that black group on the left side or not. B11. B11 is a big move. That's the pulling back here. That would pretty much reinforce this black group. You do have to be careful of that black group on the upper side that does not have two eyes yet. So even just making a very simple idea, this is probably not going to kill the black group, but even this move, it does put a lot of pressure on it. It's not alive yet. In actual play, white might try something a bit less direct and have ideas to attack black in the center also. So maybe something like this. This would be a move that would be actually threatening to kill the whole thing, and it would be a very aggressive move, the type that I might play in such a position. Something like this, actually maybe like this. Or a move like this would be a move that would be trying to build some territory. So assuming that black eventually escapes, and to build some territory in the center of the board, which is, it's more like things that I've seen Shin Jinseo play. He's a pretty, when he knows he's going to win, he does stuff like this, when he thinks he's ahead. It's because his endgame is so solid. If he knows that he's ahead, then he's going to be able to take it to the end. That's one of the things that makes him such a formidable player. Okay, let's see what people are saying. Right. Yeah, so Benkyo Tutoring is asking which side I would like to play. I'd still like to play with white just because white has all of this attacking potential with, and there's 3 black groups there that are not completely finished off. They're still weak. So it's yes, as Cyphus is saying, it's a triple splitting attack that is potentially going to start here. That's the scenario that finishes the game quickly for me. So it would make this live broadcast a bit shorter. Right. And Benkyo Tutoring saying again, he thought white was ahead throughout the game. Your feelings in games like this, the misleading thing is this, probably this actual, when we look at it with AIs, we often find that the actual score and territory is a lot closer than our feelings were indicating to us. And in actual play, we find that by making mistakes that in games that we thought we were winning, sometimes we can make a mistake that's relatively small, but towards the end of the game, that the territory you lose is very, it determines the score sometimes. So a relatively small mistake towards the end can lose a game that you thought you were winning throughout. It's just that the games where you're playing, you seem to be playing well. It feels good for you. It can actually be a very close game. Although it might be good for white, it's more close. And even professionals make mistakes towards the end of the game sometimes. And in actual play, like if white plays very actively, then white will have opportunities to have a very strong attack. So sometimes, even in a professional game, that's how you will see it finishing off, with white doing a very strong attack and killing some black root. Although Shin Jinseo does not really cooperate with that scenario. He doesn't do that very much. He's so much better at peacefully finishing the game and winning anyway. So black has to find a good way to reinforce all those weak groups. So a straightforward way to go about it would be to add a stone to black's weakest group, which is the group on, probably the group on the upper side. The problem with that is, the reason I would hesitate to play a move somewhere around here is that there's not very much territory associated with this move. So that's what makes it not so attractive to me. If I really had to do something, I might actually start. Oh, I'm not there. Maybe with some. This exchange, it actually increases white's potential territory a little bit in the upper left corner. Although, in this case, it would be sort of functioning to reinforce black's center and the upper side. Another move that's relatively big as far as potential territory is concerned would be a move like this, or like this, towards the center. Something like this, for instance. This might involve a potential ko. When something like this happens, I sort of doubt that white would be connecting, and so it could turn into a kind of a ko. But this direction, it is a direction where white does have some potential. With a push here, there would be some potential for white to make some territory there. So it's taking one step towards that potential white territory, and it's going to make it relatively difficult for white to succeed in making that territory. So in this case, black could continue. If he wanted, he could continue here. So it's much less territory there in the center. So let's just get back to the game. Oh, so black played the knight's move, and white is now threatening black in the center of the board, and that, I mean the right half, and is probably also looking at some potential to cut black off on the left there. So a move like, let's say black plays here, a move like this does look like it's going to be a bit annoying for black. It's going to be a troublesome move. So if black jumps here, this is not very well connected. It's not going to be connected. If white can cut that off, it's just going to be a dead ship. So for instance, like this, that's dead. So that's the idea that white has. There's still something there with this move on the left. And so it's still a potential splitting attack. When you manage to cut black, your opponent, when the groups are so close to each other like this, it becomes a very effective attack. So the calculation here is very important. But if white can cut black off like I was showing, then it's going to be a very strong attack against both black groups at the same time. R15. R15, that's Benkyo tutoring. It's a very big move in terms of the endgame. And at this point in the game, it's not going to be forcing. Also, there's the fact that sometimes black will be able to... sometimes there's the potential of this move also. So sometimes black is looking at this move. If the central fight is heated up, then sometimes black's going to be playing from this side. So, although it's a big move, it probably the game position probably has to cool down a little bit before it happens. So back to the game variation. This is an interesting move. So black plays here. This is reinforcing black's group on the right, in the center of the board. So black's adding a stone to it and leaving a hole for white to poke through, after which black will start reinforcing this group on the upper side. So if black plays first here, obviously this is going to be okay, because, for instance, if white kills it, then black will just connect up to the left. Or black could connect up immediately. So this would be the other way. So playing the marked stone first and exchanging with white 1 is reinforcing black's group on the right. So that's what black was doing there. Okay. Let's see. This Cyphus is saying, is it realistic at all for white to imagine you can actually kill one of these 3 groups? Looking at the position as it is, I don't think so. But it also depends on, for instance, if black is very secure and plays moves like this to connect up, then white will have options of, for instance, playing like this and getting some profit while attacking. So an example of that would be this kind of variation where white gets profit while attacking. So this would be one of the possibilities that white is sort of hoping to move towards. Whereas if black ignores that, plays stuff like this, then the question of whether black's going to survive or not, it's sort of it's revived, because black has played away once. Obviously, it's going to become dangerous. So, for instance, playing safe and losing is not something that players at this level do very much. So there's the potential that black is going to play a more dangerous variation like this and try to sort of entice white into attacking strongly. So actually, white could actually extend here because this is a forcing move for white towards the left. So that kind of thing where white is hoping to take territory while attacking is a very realistic scenario, I think, especially if black doesn't grab as much territory as possible. Another example of black taking a risk would be playing this move here, which is, this is a really big move. It's putting pressure on white a little bit, taking away some of white's eye space, but also it's a slow move as far as escaping is concerned. It means that white will now have the option of surrounding black here, allowing black to live with something like this, and then starting an attack on black on the left side. And so there's a lot of danger associated with that kind of move also, which requires a lot of calculation if you're going to do it. So at this point, I wouldn't say that white has the option of killing a black group yet, but it sort of depends on how black handles the position. And I just repeat myself in saying that these players, they don't take the safe route to losing the game. They feel they're behind, they're going to do all sorts of dangerous stuff, depending on who thinks who is behind. I think that white My feeling is that white seems to have a slight advantage, and I wouldn't be surprised if the players think so also. But it's an extremely close game, so it sort of depends on how the players judge that in their playing. Yep, one of my cell phones just gave up. My pleasure, Cyphus. Ah, okay. Rick Rubenstein is asking at some point, can Black consider connecting at h16 to create some weaknesses? We're probably past that potential. So just the fact that white is strong on the left, we're talking about, just for those of you who don't see the coordinates, this move, it's sort of too late to try to do this. White does have a fairly strong position on the left. I think after white got that squeeze there, it probably wasn't a very important move after all. And so if white wants to be careful, white could just keep on pushing from this side. It's probably more dangerous for black than white. So in some cases, actually, black would be playing from this side, looking at potentially breaking through here and allowing white to capture the two stones. So black actually does have a kind of a forcing move there with this move, which would be answered with white capturing the two stones or playing this move. So black is not probably going to invest the connection there anymore. Okay, and instead of playing the Kosumi, white's played a slightly more active move here. And we have to remember that white does sort of have a forcing move at this point. This is threatening to play the Hana here and cut black off. So if black, for instance, does something like this, then there's this move, which is cutting black off there. And so this would just capture the whole black group. So there, if we imagine a stone, if we imagine a white stone here, maybe this attachment doesn't look so adventurous. I'd say that the natural move for black would be to play here. And then it's still like, maybe white's thinking of using this kind of a shape if black cooperates. This would be good for white. This would be good for white. But in actual play, black's not going to play in that order. When black plays on this side, it's not going to work so. So in this case, black would connect here. Maybe not so effective for white. A subtle difference. But as far as shape is concerned, white would like to get a shape like this. This is a very nice connected shape in the center of the board. So that's kind of an image that you get, but the actual mechanics of doing it is a bit difficult there. As I was saying, there is an attack going on here, and it depends on how black handles it mostly. Black has to be very careful. Will have to be a bit passive in the local fight here. And so white's going to try to make some profit in the center of the board in many cases. And black is still looking at that white side group on the upper side. Okay, yeah, so white did play that move. You can see white starting to build the center. This whole center group, territory for white. If black gets to play this move, most of it is going to immediately disappear. But that white move the marked white stone is already making an attack on the group there. So that's a problem for black. And maybe black cannot play at 1 yet. So if the idea is that black cannot do that and has to answer in the center, then there's the potential white can get a fairly large territory with this move. So that's what the combination that white is hoping to make happen. White really needs 2 moves here to make a significant territory. Go Baduk has given us the time. Shin Jinseo has 56 minutes and Tang Weixing has 32 minutes. Thank you. And Shin just disconnected from the game. Well, there's no problem really in this case when they probably have referees on both sides watching this happen. So that means that they'll be able to handle it. I suppose they'll be able to handle it. Mm-hmm. It's not the first time that this has happened. I seem to recall it was KJ who once had a problem with his computer. It's not his computer really. They're going to probably the Go Association and playing there probably. And they're playing on Fox? Okay. Yeah, that's a good question, and it's a difficult question, which I would like to be able to answer. And so how does white attack black if white plays here, if black plays here? And I probably just didn't have the answer ready for this one. But maybe let's just say white plays here and here. This is threatening to cut black off. In a position like this, white has a good shape there. The connection there is a good shape. Black's position on the upper side, as it is, it's not alive yet. So if we assume that white just completely surrounds it locally, then this is going to die. It only has 1 eye. So black's going to be okay if black starts to make an eye there in the center. It's probably going to be okay. But then there's the issue of this move. So my guess is that it's a pattern like this, where black will have a potential eye here. So that's half an eye. It's going to be difficult to manufacture that into a full eye. If black does stuff like this, even if this works, it means it's going to take away an eye from the other group. And it means that when white does something like this, it's just like this is locally, it's a dead shape again. So that eye is going to be difficult for black to make with Sente. So we're going to say black has a potential eye here. Black has a potential eye here. And in this position, at some point, white's going to play that exchange of 16 to 7, maybe a bit earlier than I did. So in this position, it's no problem for black to live here. Only this move is so painful. And it's gonna create problems. Even if white just connects here, it's gonna be a headache for black, where black has to answer passively like this, and the corner territory is still gonna shrink. It's gonna be less than 15 points. And so this kind of living while filling in your own territory like this is a painful way to live, which is going to be a bad result for black. Even if white just gives up the attack and plays something like this, it's going to be a big territory for white there on the upper side, and black's going to be connecting dummy points and stuff like this. This kind of pattern is going to be a winning pattern for white. There's also the fact that maybe white can do it in the other direction, and even if we assume that black group lives, there's the issue of this black group on the left side, which is also dangerous. So yeah, it does look like white has an attack, a potential attack going on here. It's still black's move. Maybe they're not. The time on this server is moving, but let's see what this one is doing. I don't see what's happening with the time on this server. They might be still adjourned. Hello, YSF memories. Black is really busy, but my feeling here, although it's going to be a very close game, my guess would be that if black cannot get to this point at somehow, or if black cannot reduce white's center fairly effectively here, then it's probably going to be a territorial advantage for white. I think white's going to win if white gets a territory, just like, for instance, let's just make a hypothetical diagram where white's getting a lot of territory in the center like this. This is just going to be too much. It's going to be an easy win for white. So black's going to try to either play a very active move towards the center. So that would be, for instance, something like this, reducing white's territory from this side would be an active move from the center. Or black's just going to go for the biggest move and challenge white to try to kill something. Or at least try to. M15 is a big move. It's sort of the finishing move for white. That's Cyphus asking about white playing M15. M15 is a really big move after white has played this jump. So the problem was that if white had played it first, then black would be playing somewhere around here in the center, and it would not be so effective. So that's what white was doing with the game move, playing the jump first. And white's preparing to play M15. It's a huge move. So basically this jump is a double threat there. So if black does answer somewhere in the center, then almost immediately it's going to be worthwhile for white to be playing like this. Although, white's sort of tempted to try to attack just a little bit more. I don't know. This would be the safe move for black. If black thinks he still has a chance to stay in the game with territory, this is probably the move to choose for black. I don't know. I don't like it. It's more exciting if black plays the M15 move. But this one, since black does have a kind of a forcing move here, which can connect up like this, it does mean that black can still reduce. Potentially, this would still be a close game. So, like, if I make this diagram, if I make the perfect diagram for white, then this is a clear win for white. I feel fairly safe in saying that this is going to be a win for white. But it's not. It's going to be a bit more messy if black gets in this exchange of 1 for 2. Maybe black's going to do it now. So that would be a slightly less dangerous. It's less dangerous than the previous variation where black didn't even play at 1. So there's degrees of danger here, and it's a question of how dangerous black wants it to get, and how he's assessing the position. Mm-hmm. Okay. Wow. This move, black is trying to create an extra eye, I suppose. Locally, white can play an Atari on the outside or play a connection. So that's the playing an Atari from this side is probably the worst, the bad shape move. This is the bad shape move. So the good shape move would be to play an Atari from this side. And the problem is that black might cut here, and maybe black even has a local advantage in this fight. This might be a bit dangerous. Looks dangerous for black too, though, doesn't it? Let's just try this one out. This actually looks a bit too dangerous oh no, it's dangerous for both sides. Let's do it this way. Yeah, it does look a bit dangerous for black, although white has a shortage of liberties too. White should probably play the cut here once. Yeah, I think white's going to be okay. So this is one possibility. But if white is going to connect here, maybe it's better not to have that other. So in that case, white might connect, just simply connect. So I think those are the two possibilities for white that I would consider if I was playing white. And so let's see. In this case, it doesn't. Oh, okay. So it doesn't seem to make that much difference. If black plays here, it's basically a very similar variation. In which case, that black group on the upper side is going to have some trouble living, and white does have the splitting attack here, which is going to put some. This is going to put some pressure on black on the left side. Yeah, it's going to put some pressure on black, even if white starts with moves like this. Yeah, it looks so dangerous for black. So I don't really see how that move is going to change the game story at this point. But it is a Tetsuji. It's a good shape move. It's inviting white to play the strongest move here. In which case black might be planning to do this kind of thing. It'd be interesting to see that. Black's going to cut somewhere anyway. Maybe this one. This would be a really dangerous variation, which would be good for black if it works, but it could be suicidal. So it looks like I wouldn't be surprised if he takes some time for this move. And again, I should say the simple move for white is just to connect. This would be, I think this would keep the status quo, if I'm saying that correctly. Yes. Okay, Rick Rubenstein asks if white connects and black reinforces on the left. Was that a bad exchange for black? Probably not. It looks like it's reinforcing black in the center a little bit. I think it does. For instance, even if we create a shape like this, I think that exchange is sort of it's reinforcing the potential eye that black has there, and so it's making a difference. And if black has played it too, then those two groups on the left are pretty much connected up to each other. They're connected up, and so it's not doing any damage there. So I think that's basically the idea behind the marked black stone. Although I sort of doubt that this would be good enough for black if white gets to play here. Yes, a lot depends on if white can play at M5, M15. That's a kind of a finishing move. It's a finishing move for white's territory. A more active way for black to reinforce. So, well, we have to remember that white sort of has a forcing move here. So in this case, white would play here and like this. And this actually would be sort of probably counterproductive for black. It's weakening black all over the place. So black 2 is probably not working very well. I think that moves like this, if black wanted to get fancy, black would try moves like this maybe. And although dangerous, maybe it's going to work. If it works, maybe this could be a more efficient way for black to connect up. I would be cautious about going this way. It's a much more loose move. I wouldn't be sure exactly how it would turn out. But it's something that could be considered. Hello, a Go book for beginners, and I cannot read. It looks like it's a Russian name. Um, okay, it looks like yes, looks like I don't know what server I'm looking at actually. But it looks like they played a few moves. Let's see if I can. I am in the game room. Okay, so I'm viewing the game. Let's just show you some moves in a diagram. Looks like white played here and connected, which is a direct threat against black. If black plays away now, white can cut off black in the center. So black cut, and white simply played here. So this is again is threatening the honey here, which would kill that black rook. Black's probably going to play here. But I'm seeing moves being played in the other server up to this point. So this is probably the game position. And you can see that, let's assume that black plays some defensive move here. White does have a forcing move here. And of course, white's not going to play it, but has another forcing move here. Looks like white's going to get some significant territory. So that forcing move I was sort of showing there, it has to do with when black plays here. And tries to jump out. In this position, it looks like white's going to be able to cut it off. So it sort of depends on how this figures into it. But like if black has started already there, it's going to be too late to do this. White's just going to pull back. So the timing there is going to have to be well timed also. And maybe it doesn't work anyway. So like, let's take a look at this one. So in this variation, white's going to win by 1 move. So that's a 1 move. Even if black answers, it's a 1 move difference. Advantage for white. So it looks like black doesn't have anything there in the center. And so if white's game plan sort of at this point is to play this as a forcing move. It looks like it's a forcing move already. And maybe force a bit more in the center, but maybe white's going to stop at some point and get to this point. I think this point should be enough to give white a territorial lead. Yes. Black is getting some territory by capturing the 1 stone in the center here. So black's captured a white stone in the center. And is getting some territory. So yes. Okay, a better result. So that's what Gobaduk was saying. Rick Rubenstein is asking if I probably need a drink or a lunch break. Actually, I had lunch. But yeah, I think we're sort of at a important point in this game. I'm having trouble deciding to stop. So it's Black's turn. And this is a pretty direct threat against that black group on the upper side. So I would suppose Gobaduk has given us the time again. I suppose that means that Shin Jinseo has 51 minutes. And Tang Weixing has 17. So Black is thinking Black has to do something to deal with that group on the upper side. So how exactly is Black going to do it? I think that's the question. Oh yes, I didn't answer the question, did I? Ramil Loganov, is that close enough? So yes, I forgot to answer the question there. Uh, he's asking if I could recommend a Go book for beginners. Um, I think the best way to learn now is just to start playing on a server. For instance, OGS. Um, if you just play around in OGS, I think there's some user um, some of the users have made some contents that you can look at and learn to play with. There's also some stuff on the AGA, the American Go Association website, some lessons to how to learn to play Go. Probably the most convenient place to get lessons would be there's a lot of free stuff floating around on the internet, which is pretty, and some of it, like using computers, some of it's going to be interactive, so that makes it really good. Otherwise, there's a playlist in my YouTube channel, so you could go look at my YouTube, and yes, become a subscriber or something. And I have a playlist for beginners. It's not massive yet, but it starts with the rules and it goes on to talk about some basic shapes. And there's an example game for a 13 by 13 board and a 19 by 19 board. So it does cover all the bases, although it's just probably a dozen videos or so. And so that's a good place to start. And then you should just play. There's plenty of I think you can find opponents on the internet, places like OGS or KGS. You can already find opponents even if you're a double digit queue. Okay, so now, okay, Black has added a stone there. So they've played all the big points on the upper side, and it's about time for White to stop attacking and start making territory move. Okay, maybe I should take a break. So let's say I take a half hour off, and so everyone can rest for a bit. And my feeling here is that most of the issues in this fight in the center of the board have cleared up because black is going to be alive in the center of the board. It has one eye there where black has just played, a potential eye on the right side, and a potential connection to the left. So that black group is not about to die. The black group on the upper side has one eye, a potential eye on the side there. If black plays at this point, black's going to have two eyes. So that group also has a potential eye, plus the fact that it's already connected to the left there. So that black group is alive. The black group in the center of the board is alive. White's group on the upper side, if black at some point plays here, the territory is going to get smaller, but that white group is not going to die either. So everyone's alive. The territories are, if white plays here, the territories are going to be fairly well defined, and it's going to be an end game. Probably pretty close. They might take some time doing it. So I think it's an opportunity for me to have some more tea and take a break. So I'll be back in half an hour. Or if it gets really exciting, I don't think it's going to get exciting in the way that groups are going to die or anything. Oh, I don't think they're going to die anyway. I'm just going to say that. I think white's just going to try to get some extra mileage before protecting it at M15. So yeah, I'll be back in half an hour. Let's see if I can find the timer. And let's put it at 30 minutes. And pull it up here. Okay, thanks everyone, and I'll be back and just watch the time. Thank you. Oh, I'm back. I hope everyone hears me. You can tell me in the comments if something's wrong. So just to explain what was happening here, where it looked like Black's group on the upper side was about to die. Okay, let's just go back a few moves. So if White tries to kill it with a move like this, okay, the straightforward way to do it would be to push through here. Connect. White has to connect. And basically, White never has a good time to play this. It's not working because Black's alive in this shape. This is already alive. White cannot connect there. And so if White never plays that, then Black has a living shape like this. So it's alive anyway. So that was alive, and that's why White did not try to kill it. Okay, so yes. All right. White could have played. I think White didn't White have to bump against it first. I was expecting this sequence. And this finishes off the center. It makes it a territory. In the game, there's something that sort of worries me about that. I guess it's okay. Okay, so they're heading into an endgame. I guess it's going to be an endgame. And it's pretty close. Well, I don't know if it's 66% or what. It's probably just, we're probably talking about a very close game, which is like a point or 1.5 points, one way or the other. And it looks like White is losing something there in the center. Yes, when White will have, yeah, White had to pull back there. So there's a slight difference there. But like a very subtle difference is going to make saving that one black stone on the left side is big now. Very subtle difference. So there's some big moves. There's a big endgame move here, and there's another big endgame move here. So these are the two big endgame moves. And then there's moves like this, which are also big. This is also big. A lot of the moves are looking sort of sente for black, and it's going to be very close. This is no longer sente for black, but it's a really big move that black should probably be thinking of playing fairly soon. So it's a choice between this move and this move, probably. And you might expect White to connect there because there's a cutting move, but White's probably just going to play away. At this point, calculation is everything. That's why SF memory is asking, putting aside the AI win rate, which some people are showing to us. If I was playing, would I prefer black or white in this position? And I've been sort of preferring white throughout the game here. And from that viewpoint, I would be feeling a bit uneasy because it's really close. And I have the gut feeling that white has been losing points very subtly. Small, maybe just 1 or 2 points. But I would be worried. And the win rate is so tricky. it sort of depends on which AI you're using, and so the stronger, the more confident the AI is in its assessment of the position, the more sure it is. So it can be giving 90% in a half point difference sometimes. If we get further closer to the end of the game, the AIs will be giving winning percentages like 90% in a position where the human player would maybe not even know, or even like in a half point difference. The smallest mistake will change the result, obviously. And so human players don't feel safe in that case. Dodgy at J13 is completely gone now. So that was Rick Rubenstein asking about the white play at L11, I11. Yes. So that was the way to capture the black stone. That's sort of worth talking about. So, for instance, maybe the more intuitive move would be to play here. And in a position like this, where let's just do it the other way. If black plays here, and white's going to capture the two stones, or maybe answer on this side usually. In some case, white might even be able to play here. This might be the correct move for white. But let's just have white play this just to keep it simple. Then there's this move, in which case white cannot cut there. So this is a problem for white. And so yeah, this is a problem because black can push through here. Now black will be playing this move. It's just a big problem for white. And so that's why this is a better move. And actually, this is probably the best move, which dodges the fact that this is a forcing move. So it's taking care of that object. So that was the way that white could play, and stopping black from playing this J13 forcing move. It doesn't work anymore. In the game variation, that move is potentially it's going to show up later in that game. Yes, in this position. So white's going to answer on the left side. And where we finally entered the real endgame. And in some cases, like if black does manage to push through here, it's not going to happen. It's not worth happening in any near future. There is the fact that at some point, maybe black's going to play here. Sorry. Yeah. And like this would be threatening capture. So black would have to do it in the right order. Play maybe here first. So a kind of sequence like this, maybe, where the black stone here is not 100% captured sometimes. So there's so that didn't have to do with the left side. Sorry about that. Let's just do it at this point. So if black plays here, the extension here does sort of come back to haunt white. There's an issue here, but it's not so important when black has the connection on the first line. So there's a bit of a problem there. White might have to give up some points there in the center. So black has the option of capturing this. The end game on the left side is a forcing move. I suppose Shin Jinseo says he still has some time. He still has some time, I suppose. He has 30 minutes more than Tang. Yeah, that's a big advantage. They have more chance to make mistakes. And there's also the fact that he's such a great endgame player too. But they don't have that much endgame to play. This is going to be a relatively short endgame because white got that territory in the center. That sort of simplified the endgame. Leaner Walker asks, is black in the lead now? That's what people are saying. That's what the server seems to think. But it's still a half-point difference. I'd say it's a half-point difference. It's one way or the other. Looks like this could well end in a half-point difference. So that was a forcing move for white. Where did black play before that? Just let me move back one move. Ah, black played here. Yeah. But the fact that black played that attachment on the left first makes this sort of awkward for black, because if black was going to play this move, this is really strange. If black was going to play this move, this works locally. If white answers like this is going to be bad for white. On this side, it's going to be really bad. White can connect here, but then black can play here. Connect here. Black's group on the left is probably going to be okay. It looks like it's going to be okay. To me, it looks like it's going to be okay. So that means that black should probably not have played that attachment on the second line. If we assume that something like this happens, and black gets to capture one stone here, if white plays there, black's definitely not going to play here. Like, white's move at 4 is conceivable, but black's move at 5 is just hideous. So there's no question that that exchange there was bad. On the other hand, if black plays there and doesn't follow up, so if black is going to play here anyway, then this is a big move for white. It's in this position, it's probably going to be sente. It's probably going to be forcing. Connecting there it's big and it's sente, and it gives white opportunities to attack on the left. So I don't really get the order of moves here. I think black's going to connect on the left anyway. Let's see what the game looks like. Yeah, black did. Oh, white hasn't played the center yet. Yeah. So the upper right there, that's a big endgame. I think the board is settling down, actually. So yeah, white returned to the lower left corner. And we're running out of endgame. So black has some endgame towards white's upper left corner there. That's going to be forcing endgame. There's a cut on the 5th line. So let's just mark some moves that I think will be happening fairly soon. So there's this move, which is a sente endgame move. There's this move, which is going to be forcing 2. Let's see. After that, we're left with, this is a pretty big move. If black plays here, the next move, the harnicity on the 1st line is going to be black's endgame. So that's about 7 points. 8 points. Maybe 7 points. So it's 7 points. And black might want to push through here first. That's going to reduce white's territory in that area. So those are big endgame moves left. There's a 6 point, yes, something like 6 points here, a bit less than that. And yeah, after that, yeah, well, this is a big move at any point. So cutting good. So it's just a question of the order. It's about time for black to start playing some of those forcing moves, the sente endgame moves that I was talking about. Oh, Matthew Nauman. Nauman. Since the game is dying down, it's going to be an exciting game still. Do you have any specific advice for a 5K OGS player who prefers fighting to, and you want to get to 1 dot? That's easy. If you prefer fighting, that's a good thing. Fighting is okay in your games, but you have to be able to calculate correctly. So you definitely have to do Go problems. If you do Go problems regularly, that will improve your reading. It's like building muscles if you're an athlete. So you need to do Tesuji problems. You need to do life and death problems. You can find them anywhere, but you can also find them at my YouTube page. So yeah, go to YouTube, and I have videos that you can watch. And the problems, all of the problems are posted too. Hmm. Culture shock. Lino Walker is asking, did I experience culture shock when I came to Japan? Well, it was really extreme the way I did it, in that I was in one of the most traditional professions too, and so it was sort of old-fashioned when compared to other normal, you might say, Japanese people. It's more old-fashioned. So that was sort of different. And so in many ways, I'm more acclimatized to Japan than some of the Japanese people were. Yes. Going back to the previous question, um, M1V8 is a 15K in OGS, but beats 10K bots. That's because they don't trick you, right? That's probably why you beat them. But if you're weak in life and death, then that's going to stop you from improving. It's so easy. Just watch the videos. You can find actually on the servers, on servers like OGS, um, they have a puzzle section, for instance, in OGS, which is pretty good. It's user generated, so some of it is not good, but some of it is very good. So you just have to find the authors who are doing a good job. Um, so that's good. I've played around with that, and I think it's pretty good. And there's life and death all over the place. You can get it on the internet. Again, it's pretty much free. You don't have to do anything difficult. Yeah, that's another piece of advice that I should have mentioned earlier. You don't have to do problems that are too difficult for you. You should actually do problems that are within your understanding, like that you can work them out if you spend a bit of time. Mhm. That's right. It takes time, but just try not to make it painful. Just try to enjoy the way you do it. Okay, it looks like they're so far the end game is proceeding fairly orderly fashion, but it's very close. It's still very close. Maybe black has a slight lead. I don't really know. Looks like he still has some time. It seems he's still taking his time to do the moves. Thank you. Okay, so black curled there. That's interesting. That reduces the value of that immediate area. White's going to cover on the second line. I think so. Hmm. Chinese pros are saying that White's ahead by half a point. Yeah, nowadays I sort of would tend to believe the AI though. But you never know. Yes. Pros are pretty good at calculating too. That's going to be a Sente endgame for White in the upper right. Um, there's a forcing move. Okay, that's a possibility. YSF's memories is saying that their rationale is that Tang Weixing can't play like an AI. That's fairly true of just about everyone. Let's see. So there's a pretty big move there in the lower left, and there's a big move in the center. So it's a question of which one Black is going to choose. So lower left was that was about 8 points. That's probably the biggest move on the board. Hmm. Oh, this is the Chunlan Cup is a Chinese international tournament sponsored by a Chinese company. And this game is the final. So it's no, it's the final of the tournament. So the winner is going to be but it's not just a one-game match. I think it's a three-game match, and they should be playing in the next few days. So yes, wow, a lot of good questions all of a sudden. So they should be playing in the next few days, but I'm not so sure of my schedule, so I can't promise anything at this point. I actually don't know what's happening tomorrow, but they should have a game tomorrow too. It's the final, and I think it's a best of three. The 15th, the 16th. Oh, so maybe I have a day in between. Yeah, so it might be a last minute thing if I do it again. I don't really know yet. Looks like they're finishing fairly soon. There's a double snapback thing there on the left side that Black's going to have to be careful about. A player of this level doesn't make that mistake, but yeah. Okay, so and the games will continue in this final. It's actually Tang Weixing did well. I think he was in this tournament. I think to the end. Was it last year also? So he's been doing well in this tournament. Yeah, he beat KJ to get to the final. That's right. So the snapback I was talking about on the left, just in case someone might have missed it, it's this shape here. And later on, let's see, later on, White's going to be able to play here, threatening this one. Does everyone see it? Yeah, so White's threatening this one. So that's something that you wouldn't want to happen in your game. Not if you're Black. So that's what White is doing with this throw-in. The AI wants Black to do the okay, the B5 cut maybe. YSF Memories is saying that the AI wants Black to do the B5 cut. I believe he's saying. This probably increases Black's co-threats, and in some cases, it's going to force White to put a stone in. But that's a bit remote. But first of all, if we assume this shape, Black only has two co-threats there. So if we end up with a half-point ko, there's going to be two co-threats here for Black. If Black starts with this, and we end up with this shape, there's going to be more than two co-threats, depending on how they finish the position on the upper side. So for instance, if it's like this, for instance, Black still has 1, 2, 3, 4 co-threats. So that's an extra 2 co-threats. So that could make it, since it's a close game, maybe 1.5 for Black or something like that. I do have the feeling that it looks like, oh, thank you, Gobaru Weixing. I do get the feeling that it looks like maybe Black's going to win here. But if we assume something like this, the difference of 2 co-threats, it could make a 1-point difference. Or in Chinese rules, sometimes it's a bit more important. There's also the fact that in some cases in which this White position on the outside would be perfectly okay, we could just imagine positions where something happened to put White in a shortage of liberties here, and in some cases we might have a position where it was significant for Black to have the potential cut there with pushing through and cutting here. So there's a potential 1 point, or if we count the point that Black gets by squeezing from the outside, there's a potential 2-point difference there if Black has played the exchange for 1 and 2. So there's stuff that can happen there, and there's no loss in points in playing that exchange. And I don't think there's any point in pushing on the second line though. That's something that sometimes you see an AI do with no clear meaning. And that's a move that I did not see, definitely. Is there anything happening with that move? It could be a misclick by the operator. Oh no, there's not anything happening. It doesn't look so good. Maybe black's trying to make a forcing move at E1. That would be an explanation, I guess. Okay, so I'll just throw a variation at you, just to try to explain how I'm seeing this. So, of course, white wants to push through here. Nothing's happening. Only when black plays here, white has to cut. So after this, black does get a forcing move here, and it's no difference in the territory. So it's as if black had played at 10 and white had played at 1. But it's significant towards the right when at some point white's going to play this endgame maybe. And without that stone at 10, this would have been a sente endgame. So it would have been a forcing move. But in this case, it's not forcing it. So basically with this move, maybe what black is doing is black just wanted to exchange. Black can't do it in this order. So it doesn't really work in this order because in this case, so it's not what I was saying. In this case, white gets to connect here and it doesn't work. So black has to do the whole sequence in this case. So it wasn't anything to do with co-threads. And it looks like they are playing this out. So black's going to continue like this. And at this point, white has no way to put the 3 stones in the target. So white's going to play it here, and black gets to play this. So it hasn't reduced white's corner territory at all. It hasn't reduced white's corner territory, but it does create an extra eye there for black when white plays this move. So, and it's sort of important because when black gets to this move, it creates some aji inside the white territory, and so there's some potential. Excuse me. So here, the problem with this thing here, the upper side, is that there's a peep here, and if black plays something like this, and then like this, then this is going to be a problem for white there. So it looks like there might be some, it doesn't work, does it? Maybe it doesn't work. Yeah, it wasn't working just then. That was, just forget I said that. So yeah, that didn't really work. But there's a potential, in this shape, white does end up being in Atari, so white's going to have to eventually put a stone in here. So maybe there's a 1 point difference in white's territory there anyway. So that Hanesugi on the first line there, that's not a normal 2 point endgame move. It's more than a difference of 2 points. So they're playing the whole sequence here. Black played this whole thing just to get that to cover on the first line. And as I was saying, there's no difference in the size of white's corner territory. It's the same as it was before. But black getting that covering on the first line with sente makes a difference in black's eyes. Yeah, so I'll just make the diagram once more. So this happens. And the fact that this move, which reduces black's territory by 2 points also, it also increases white's territory by about 2 points. So it's a 4 point move, which is pretty big. White's not going to play it when it's not forcing. But if we had assumed a variation without black having this exchange, if we had assumed something like this, for instance, then this move would have been forcing for white. And this move would not be forcing for black. And so that's a significant difference in the endgame. So that all functioned for black. It actually worked. So we're back to the game variation. Black doesn't actually have to play the covering move at the first line yet, but that's the significant move in this variation. And the lower left, oh yeah, that was Sente. The lower left corner, it's big. That's the biggest move. Okay. Things are moving fairly quickly now. I get the feeling that black is probably in overtime. And white had so much time. He should still have some time. So there's a 4-point move there on the upper side. Black has a Sente endgame move here, which is really big. So black's going to answer, probably. That's 10 points. That's big. So black has to answer. Actually, maybe black's going to answer here. It's sort of difficult to choose between these two moves, but maybe this would be best as first. And this is a big move because it's going to cut black, and there's going to be some meaning to that cut fairly soon. So let's see. So let's say black plays here. And takes this big point. Now if white connects here and plays here, this is sort of a problem for black. This on the side there, that's a problem. I guess black can live with this. Yeah, so black is a left. But that was a little bit of extra mileage for white. So that's what's making it sort of a difficult choice for black. And black did connect. So white pushed through here once. And if black connects, white's probably going to play that big endgame move in the center. So white's plan is to play like this. So white would follow up with this. And black would be alive. It's not as if it's going to die. So yeah, that could happen. Black 5 was maybe not the best move. I think that, but yeah, something like that. Otherwise, if black finds that variation annoying, black could take, I think it's feasible that this would be an equally big move. Yeah, that doesn't look good, does it? And that doesn't look good. It looks like white's going to get something out of it. So black should probably answer this. Hmm. Right. Okay, so I missed some comments. Um, Okay, people were talking about the rules. There are a number of international tournaments that are sponsored by Chinese companies. So that's why you're probably seeing a lot of Chinese rules. That was Cass asking about that. It depends on, basically the sponsor gets to choose. So it can be, and for professional players, it doesn't really make a big difference. There's obviously the size of the komi is slightly different in the Chinese. It's bigger in the Chinese rules, so that's a difference. But it equals out because you get to play with black and white sometimes. And at this point, the top players are, I would hope they're familiar with all of the rule sets. Like, if they aren't, they have their own selves to blame. K9. Black has the opportunity to get K9. It's probably the biggest move, but no, actually, in this variation, if black answers at, okay, let's just do a diagram. If black answers here, I'm pretty sure white's going to play this side. So if black plays this way, white plays this way. White's going to take this point. It's probably the biggest point here. If black plays K9, which is this move, white's going to extend here. Black probably has to sacrifice 2 stones or something, so it's sort of painful. So for instance, like this would work. And black would be able to connect to the center like this. And that's pretty big. And white would immediately play here. And as I was sort of showing, there is some more profit to be got for white when white plays. White does get just a little bit extra here, I think, out of this exchange. Maybe this way. It's the same 2 points. Same 2 points. Maybe it's slightly better for white to play this way. Okay, so now white pushes through. In this case, maybe black's going to capture the 1 stone. So if black plays here, white plays here. And it will be this kind of a thing. Okay, so that was clever in game. And if black captures here, then black's going to be in trouble. This looks like it, oh, maybe it's not trouble. Okay, so if black captures here, yes, so white will play an Atari here. And in this case, it's probably important for black to just answer to the end. Because if black plays elsewhere, and white plays here, it means white's going to pick off this 1 stone, sent it. And that's going to be a bit painful. So a variation like this would be a bit painful for black. This is an Atari. So black probably wants to play. So white's whole object in this whole variation here is to get this move at 4 and sente, so that white can move on to other big points. But for instance, this is a reverse sente move, which is 3 points difference. Or white could play a big move like this. This is also a big move. I think they're probably about the same. Like there might be a... if I actually calculated the whole thing, there would probably be one move which was better, and maybe a one move 1 point. Oh, so they got into this variant. So when white does this and plays here, I suggested black would connect, in which case this would be forcing. So black has taken sente by playing here. It's like this, okay? Subtly different, but still. So in this case, black will be able to, at some point, black will be able to play a move here and have two eyes with that group in the center, which means that black will be playing a larger move than the move here that was being forced in the other variation. So it's a very subtle difference. Let's see, what should black do now? Yeah, that's sente. He's just going to play the sente moves and probably play that move on the second line on the right side. Yeah, there's some differences in the rules. People were talking with CAS, or is it CAS, about the rules. There's some subtle differences in the rules. It's very subtle. Like, it usually doesn't make any difference. Yes, and that move that Cass was suggesting, capturing the two stones at 8-16, H16. It's not a small move. It's a move that could be played. But for instance, the move on the right side. So, for instance, this move on the right side is bigger than that. So yeah, it's coming a bit later, a few more moves into the. So if it's S8 and I10 were sente, but in this case, it's better for black because black gets to play on the other side. So if white connects there, black gets to live like this, which is a bit better for black. It's better than connecting here, slightly better. So it's a bigger move. But there still is that issue that if black is doing nothing, there is the issue that white can play here. Let's see. Actually, now that I look at it, black. Oh, so white's going to play here. Yeah. So this is a kind of a problem in which black has to connect somehow, and white can play here and here. Now let's see. That's 10 points. And this is, so white might even do it now. White can probably do it now. And that will be exciting. Because if black plays here, this is 10 points too. So this is, that was 10 points, and white gets 10 points too. So this 10 points is actually bigger. It's a bit more than 10 points. So this is maybe an opportunity for white to connect here. And it would be sort of complicated. So if white connects here and black does something like this, and white cuts the black group off, white actually needs the Atari here. So maybe this wasn't in time. The Atari here, it's not forcing anymore. With the Atari, oh, it's not even dead. Black's alive. So sorry about that. That was a mistake. So yeah, black will just answer on the other side, so it's not a big deal. So white doesn't have an opportunity to play that. Oh, but white did play it. It's not a forcing move. So let's see, how is this going to work out? The move that white has to worry about is black cutting here on the second line. So it's going to be like this. And white will try to take some profit here by playing here. And if we just look at it locally, in order to live, black has to make an eye here. Black connects here, it's going to die. It's going to die, but yeah. So black would have to play here. White gets to cut here with Sente. Locally, that's a profit for black. Yeah, so maybe black's going to do that, but it's more exciting if black connects here. Lets white kill him. And then cuts white off. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that didn't work. So we got a Seki here. Someone was talking about Sekis. And this is just a lot of profit for black. Because the whole corner is gone. So black actually has an opportunity to do this. Oh, white had the wedge. It's the same. That's the same thing. Okay, but where did black play? Black didn't need that move. Okay, so I was going to say that black didn't need that move and could have played here to put pressure on white. And the result is that when white does this, black gets to cut white off. Basically something like this. And in this variation, white would have to play fairly early would have to play this exchange. Oh yes. And then maybe here. Ah, this is a win for white. Oh. So what did I do wrong? Oh, I see. So that's the better variation for white. So that wasn't working. Sorry about that. So white does get to play this Atari here. And I think black is messed up. So the point here is that black is going to have to, if black connects here, then white can play here and kill the black rook. And there's no way for black to connect up in the center. So that's a collapse for black, and it's going to be too late for black to try to kill white in the corner. So that's no good. And black has to play here. In order to be alive, black has to play here. And white's going to cut here. White's taking about 5 points profit in the center of the board. Plus the fact that there was some issues about a potential, some potential issues here in the center where maybe white was going to have to put a stone in after black connected at some point. That's why I'm saying that 10 points there is bigger than 10 points, because it's going to deal with all of those problems and just completely get rid of them. So actually capturing at 10, although it's locally it's just 10 points, there's some extra value added to it in that these white stones, the surrounding white stones, have gained extra liberties. So that's more than 10 points. And this exchange in the lower left corner is only 10 points. So it's a plain 10 points. So this is what's going to happen. And white has gained something close to 5 points. Like I think white's gained about 4 points there in the center. And this point, which is 4 points, and this point, which is about 4 points also. These 2 points are Mia. So if black plays here, white's going to get this one. So these points, there's not very much difference in the size of these 2 points. And we're going to get into a position like this. I think white's gained a little bit, and I have not calculated. So we'll have to see how it turns out. But yeah, this is at this point black has to connect the 5 stones because that's bigger than the lower left corner. I think black lost a few points here. Mm-hmm. People watching might have noticed that sometimes I was playing this move and sometimes I was capturing from this side. It's sort of interesting because if white plays here and at some point black manages to cut the white group off, this is a position where white's going to end up adding a stone to it. So for instance, if black plays here and here, white has to capture these black stones somehow, and it's going to end up putting a stone inside white's territory. So in this case, white has lost probably a point or so. So in order not to make this a bad move, white has to answer here. So there's a condition there. In order for white 1 to be an okay move, white has to continue like this. So at this point of the game, it's not really a problem because white 7 is a big move anyway. Sometimes it is an issue. That where maybe white would have some other place that white would rather play compared to playing at 7. In this case, it's not an issue because 7 is a big move. It's big enough at this point in the game. So that's a kind of an issue that sometimes you have. And sometimes that would make you want to play this move instead of this move. Sometimes you would want to play this move, in which case, even if black does get that, there's not going to be any forced move inside the white territory. So it's a territory already. Black doesn't get to play that point. So there is a difference there. But I guess white decided that taking away the 2 quill threads in the corner is more important. So they're going to finish the game now. And, that was an unexpected variation in the center of the board. And I wasn't really calculating it anyway. So I think we'll just have to wait for the game to end now. But there's a big move on the upper side, there's a big move on the right side. That's all there is, and they're interchangeable. So that sort of it's working for white too. So my feeling is that white has gained a point or so in this endgame. And what I'm saying is I really don't know. I'm just guessing as to what the result is going to be. But I sort of agree with the comments here that it looks like white gained something. But I would have to do a detailed calculation to actually know and to put a number of points on it. Mm-hmm. Okay. So this move is going to be Miai with white playing down at S8. So on the right side. K5, K16. Hippophile is making a comment, but I don't really understand. K5. Uh, that doesn't really make any difference. It's the same. Yes, that's right. Actually, K5 or is something that white has to play at some point. Yes. Yes, my feeling is that Tang lost maybe a half point. So on the upper side here, it's sort of interesting in that black's going to connect here. And the biggest move on the board is this one. But if white just plays that, then black will have this move here. And in this exchange, black has gained just a little bit. That black gained in that exchange. 1 point. Yeah, that would be a significant gain in this game. So white probably has to play the target at this point before blanking. So all of these moves are equal to each other. So it's no problem. It's not an issue provided white plays that. Oh yeah, he did. Okay. So let's just go back a few moves. Yeah, so white played that now. I wouldn't expect Shin Jinseo to make a mistake at that point. And we're just about finished. There's going to be some forcing moves for black. Sort of interesting. Black never played this. It's like it's the same. Even if black doesn't play it, um, the value for this position is just about the same as the value for the position where black has already played this. So it's the same, but probably about time for black to play it. Black could place the final forcing moves here. If black wanted to, black could play these moves here. A few forcing one point moves, and then finally this would be the final. Well, actually, black probably has to hurry to this point. It's forcing for white too, isn't it? Yeah, so let's get back to the game variation. Oh, it's like this. And black's best move is probably just to play here then. And it's close to 2 points, and it's Sente for white. Yes, so now it's just 1 point difference with each move. So it's just, the territory is just going to be moving 1 point at a time. Everything is equal now. This is barley tea. That was Cass asking what drink do I have. So yeah, it's a common Japanese tea, pretty popular. No caffeine. I could have had coffee, but I tend to keep on drinking, so it's probably good that I was drinking caffeine. Mm-hmm. So we just have moves of a value of 1 or 2 points, and they're all the same size basically. So it shouldn't make any difference, but you have to be careful at the end because sometimes you forget one and lose a point, so it's important. And who gets to the final move can be important too. Looks like they won't. Maybe they'll have a final ko. That could be an issue. If they have a final ko, then the number of ko threats gets to be important. Let's see, 1, 2. The number of ko threats. The number of ko threats is, it's hard to say. They have about 5 ko threats each. Maybe white has 1 extra ko threat. The number of ko threats can be important. Like if it's a half-point difference, and there's a final ko, then that could change things. 1, 2, 3, 4. White has 5 ko threats. It looks like black only has 4. Yes, so that's important. But maybe there's not going to be a ko at the end. It looks like white's gonna play the final move there. No, I'm wrong. White does have a point there. Yes. So black's gonna play a reverse sente move here. Let's just watch them finish it up. Black. There's 2 points where black's territory can be reduced with sente. So black's gonna take the opportunity to play one of those moves. And then white will, the 2 points towards the lower side, they're equal. So they're going to interchange those 2 moves. Yeah, so that was a reverse sente. And then we're going to finish the lower side. Like that. So that was a 2-point difference. And then black takes the 1 stone. That was a 2-point difference too. Yeah. And finally, white has a 1-point move in the center of the board. And these 2 points on the left hand of the center, they're interchangeable. And there's going to be a final ko, and white is going to win it with a 1 ko threat advantage. Wow. Oh no, it's not that easy. Yeah. I think that's. Oh no. There's that 5th ko threat. I just saw a 5th ko threat. Yeah, it's so close. Okay. So black's going to win the ko. Or it's going to be even exchange. Yeah, okay. So it must sound like gibberish. So I'll show you a variation here. So what's happening is that, yeah, white's going to play that move, and black is going to play one of these. And white, if white plays here, black gets this one too. So white would like to create a point here. Black's going to take the ko, but black's going to play here first. Yeah, so white actually will play this one first, and then play here. Black's going to take the ko. White has 5 ko threats. Let's just play it out. Yeah, but black has enough ko threats to win this. Black has another ko threat here. This is an Atari. White has to answer that. Yeah, so black has enough ko threats to win. And while it looks like white has a ko threat here, this ko is going to be forcing. White has to answer here. So it's going to end like that. And we can actually ask the computer what the score is. It says it's 6 points on the board. So that's a half-point win for white. 1.5 points. It's Chinese rules. So let's just back up. While I was doing that, they actually finished the game. So it was like this. So yeah, white just connected both codes and finished the game. It's the same thing, only more safer. And yeah, so white, in Japanese rules, white would win by 1.5 points. I think that's a 1/4 stone win for white, maybe. And we'll probably have to wait a while for the server to give us the result. When they're transcribing the game from a different server, the process of actually putting the result in, that's something that they might need someone else to do. It's a special, it's a special command, I think. 271 moves. I'm not seeing a result yet, but I'm going to call it a half-point win for white. We can count it again on this. When this computer counts the game, it doesn't mess it up very much. So yeah, the result I'm getting here is a half-point win for 1.5 points in Japanese rules. And the win-loss result does not change with the rule sets. I think it's a 1/4 of a stone though. Slightly different number. So I'll finish here, and thanks for everyone for watching. Don't forget to sign up to my channel because I'm making a lot of videos. So sign up to the channel to get more of this, and not just live broadcasts, but there's a lot of instructor tutorial videos about Go. So just sign up to the channel. If you're interested, take a look at my Patreon page. It's pinned at the top of the chat. Thanks, and I'm going to have dinner now. So that's what time it is here in Japan. So thank you everyone for coming, and goodbye.